Great. Good morning and welcome to the regular Board of Supervisors meetings this Tuesday, June 10th. Madam Clerk.
Closed session for today. Item 1, pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D2. Conference with legal counsel, re-anticipated litigation, 1 case, significant exposure to litigation. Item 2, pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1. Conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Service Employees International Union Local 1021 versus County of Calaveras, PERB Unfair Practice Charge Number SACE 1291M. And item 3, pursuant to Government Code 54957B1, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Title County Executive Officer.
Thank you. Is there any public comment regarding any of these items?
We have no online public comment.
Thank you. Seeing none, we will now adjourn into closed session and come back at 9 o'clock. Good morning, everybody, and welcome. We did not finish our closed session, so we'll be going back into closed session at the end of this meeting. If we could all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Popinelli, would you lead us?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll move on to staff announcements. Who do we have today, Lisa?
And Sean. So Astrid came to us. Couple months. So she came to us severely emaciated and she had a severe flea allergy and also double ear infection. So we took care of her. She's gained weight. She's doing beautifully. She's super affectionate, super smart. German Shepherds usually are. So with the extra rations and extra love from our volunteers and staff, she is doing really well. And she loves her walks. What else do we have special to say about her?
She's come a long way.
Yeah.
She really was in very rough shape when we first got her. She didn't have as much hair as she has now. She was extremely skinny. She knows where the treats are, she loves her food. But yeah, she's come a very long ways. We had her for a couple of months before we even listed her up for adoption because she was in such rough shape, so. She's recuperated pretty well.
You're lucky dog.
Yeah.
She is all our dogs are lucky, right? So she's about 5 years old. She was just spayed and she's weighs about 62 pounds. So this is Astrid. And actually we might have someone that was interested in her in the audience. So these things work, they really do. So thank you for the opportunity. So this past weekend, we had our California Adopt a Pet from a Shelter Day and we were successful. We adopted a total of 6 animals. One of them came back because he escaped. But we have them back. But we have a total of 3 dogs and 2 cats that were adopted. So we are very happy, even if just one animal gets adopted, and that's a success for us. I would like to thank our staff, our volunteers, our Gimme Shelter folks, and our Focus folks. They were there. Promoting us and supporting us. So we're really grateful for that. And the volunteers had a really good time that day as well. They even like my chorizo burritos. So that's even better.
So one of the adopted animals escaped?
Well,
Or did it run back to you because you did such a good job with it?
so little escape artists, they get a little rambunctious when they get out of the home and they have to. Yeah, but we haven't had that happen before, unfortunately. But we find them and we bring them back and we will do what we always do and try to find them a forever loving home. So our next free rabies and vaccine clinic microchip will be held here on Saturday, June 14th from 9 to 11:30. The next clinic will not be until September. So I kind of implore our Calaveras community to get their animals in for those vaccines for the summer. It just gets too hot for our volunteers and our animals. The next one will be held at Spence Feed and Supply, and that will be a rabies vaccine only. We would like to express our thanks to all our volunteers, Focus, and our Gimme Shelter folks, and other partners, and we have so many that support us and our mission to provide and protect our Calaveras animals. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Shauna. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Astrid. Do we have any other staff announcements? Seeing none, we'll move on to recognitions and acknowledgements.
Item 4, proclamation, Human Services proclaim June 2025 World Elder Abuse Awareness Month in Calaveras County.
And I'll pass the gavel over to Supervisor Andal.
Good morning. Whereas World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, a significant global event, was initiated in 2006 by the International Network for the Prevention of Elder Abuse and the World Health Organization at the United Nations, making a crucial step in our collective efforts to combat elder abuse. And whereas 2025 marks the 19th annual observance of World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, reaffirming Calaveras County's unwavering commitment to protecting our cherished older adults by ensuring their safety, dignity, and autonomy so they may live their lives to the fullest. And whereas Calaveras County continues to support its elderly population by providing vital services and resources that promote their well-being, and by advocating for the prevention of elder abuse through education and outreach. Whereas in California, there are an estimated 202,549 reported cases of elder abuse each year, approximately 15,000 reports per month, and by 2060, older adults will comprise 52% of Calaveras County's population, nearly doubling the current proportion. And whereas Calaveras County recognizes the urgent need to continue protecting, empowering, and advocating for older adults in response to these alarming statistics. And whereas the county remains steadfast in its efforts to enrich the lives of its older residents by ensuring they are able to live free from abuse and neglect, while promoting healthier, more independent lives. And whereas World Elder Abuse Awareness Month provides a vital opportunity to increase public understanding of elder abuse and neglect, and to amplify the voices of older adults through education, awareness, and community engagement. Is there any public comment on this today?
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Huberty. Susan Gleason. I'm the Program Manager of Adult Services. Thank you for this important proclamation. To me, it acknowledges a critical issue and sends a strong message of support for the safety, dignity, and well-being of older adults in our community. This recognition not only raises awareness, but also encourages continued collaboration to prevent abuse, provide essential resources, and support to those affected. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to my team, our APS IHSS team, our senior peer team, the public guardian, our veteran team, and our public authority team, and the many other agencies that we work with daily. Your dedication plays a vital role in mitigating abuse and neglect and improving the lives of our seniors. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other? There's no other, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll, since I'm the oldest member on there. I'll move this item.
I'll second it as not the second oldest.
All those in favor?
Thank you for that Supervisor Stopper.
Now, therefore, it be proclaimed that the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors on this 10th day of June 2025 does hereby declare June 2025 as World Elder Abuse Awareness Month in the County of Calaveras.
I need help. Don't abuse me. I guess I'm ready. Don't stand up and say thank you. Those are common. Right, you guys remember this is my month. All the board members.
Month long, remember that, one month.
Hey, Susan.
Thank you.
Yeah. We'll move on to general public comment. Madam Clerk.
Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of the comments to be heard.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment? Mr. Butner.
My name is Christopher Butner, publisher of Calaveras 2026 election.com. Fiduciary is a term derived from Latin, meaning trust and confidence. As public officials, you are bound and obligated by your fiduciary relationship and duty to the county government and the public you're privileged to serve. As public officials, you're expected to maintain an ethical and competent standard of care when performing your required fiduciary duties of office. At the last Board of Supervisors meeting, I presented facts of the substantial legal differences between a public benefit nonprofit corporation and a mutual benefit nonprofit corporation. These substantial legal differences between a nonprofit corporation's type include the corporation's mission and whether it serves its members or the public first, its permissive activities, including political activity, its taxation, its fundraising sources, and its distribution of assets upon entity dissolution. Mutual benefit nonprofit corporations are typically oriented to be self-funded, raising money by charging its members dues. It's not typical for a mutual benefit nonprofit corporation, which the Calaveras Visitors Bureau became in 2021 when it switched its nonprofit corporations type to be fundraising 90% of its annual operating expenses from public sources. Council Edwards is responsible for protecting the county from damaging legal exposure arising from the CVB's persistent misrepresentation of its nonprofit corporation type. Council Edwards may therefore wish to immediately stop facilitating the CVB's persistent misrepresentation and transparently expedite the revision for legitimacy of the county's tourism promotion agreement with the CVB to avoid a credible allegation of legal malpractice. The CVB's 2024 documented underperformance, evidenced by Visit California's 2024 Economic Impact of Travel Report, revealed the loss of 180 direct Calaveras tourism industry jobs in 2024, following the loss of 160 direct tourism industry jobs in 2023, for a shocking total of 340 direct Calaveras tourism industry jobs lost during the last 2 days. That's a very disturbing 12% loss of direct tourism industry employment on Martin Huberty's watch, who serves as both the District 3 supervisor and the CVB executive director. Calaveras is reported to have lost $4.6 million in direct earnings from tourism in 2024 over 2023, a 3.5% loss, with a 1.4% loss of tourism tax revenue of $300,000 in 2024. In contrast, Tuolumne, Mariposa, Amador, El Dorado, and even Alpine enjoyed increased 2024 tourism spending. My name is Christopher Butner, publisher of Calaveras 2026 election.com.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Mr. Stratton.
I just made it down here. I just parked and he was speaking because I listened to it on my phone. And I really had nothing to say. I just wanted to come observe you fine folks and see how you're doing. But what can I talk to you about? Yesterday, I found out that my former academic and spiritual advisor will be turning 100 years old this year. And last year, he published a book. And this has nothing to do with the elder abuse item on the agenda, but it's important that we honor our elderly, that we understand that they're still active, and elderly now is not what it used to be. My parents are very active people. Another day they wanted to go to a music festival, and they wanted to see the Go-Go's. Yes, there's no accounting for taste, but they find them to be a vibrant brand. And so we went, Chewy, my little beagle, and all. So we got we got good treatment. We know some people in the music industry. And so we went down and saw the Go-Go's, and I realized that most of the band members are around 70 years old, some older than 70. And they're jumping around the stage and everybody's having a good time, and the music was really good. It's some of the stuff that I remembered from my youth, and I really enjoyed that. The family doctor who passed away several years ago, he lived into his 90s, and I can remember in the 80s, in his 80s, chasing him up the stairs. He loved to race me up the stairs to his office, and he would do it 2 stairs. He cheated. He was tall and he did 2 stairs at a time. But definitely, a lot of elderly are still active, and we tend to forget that. Admittedly, this county does very little for the elderly positive. We don't have our senior center doesn't do outreach to the extent it should probably. I don't know if they're doing outreach, they're certainly not doing a good job. But that's the generally the county doesn't do a good job of outreach. It never has. I can reach 75% of the population for a few bucks in a phone call. It takes you guys to reach a fraction of that. It takes umpteen hours of county staff time, and with almost no positive results. But other than that, you guys look good. You guys look like you're having a good time today. And I hope that I better call her.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Please come forward.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, I've tried making just a simple public request. That's the right word. I tried early in like 2018 to get just a simple public information request. I thought it'd be simple. I've done that in other counties. It's a pretty simple process. And then they basically told me to leave the building, and I had it written down. It was simple. I just wanted to know when some homes were built. I had the addresses, the APN numbers, and then the names written down. They went into like a little employee huddle, and reasonably they basically asked me to leave the building. And then I pursued that. Eventually I got like a meeting to meet with somebody that could answer that question. Quote, Stan was my person. He was nice, he was friendly, he agreed to help me. And then after like months, he originally told me it'd be a week. And then after about 3 months, he finally said county council had told them to not answer my questions. So that was kind of sort of the beginning of my interactions with the county. And then kind of and then that's just continued, like a public information request. It's simple. Like if someone wants to know like a code or a rule, it should just be simple, because nobody, wants to be breaking the law, or if something's affecting somebody, they want to know like what their rights are. But that's still continuing, like even today, and then recently I've been trying to ask, like, I never did get an answer to that, my original question. And then now I'm asking some similar category, but, with no response, or just getting the runaround. The departments are just pointing the finger back and forth, not answering the question. Another solid example of really negative impact with the county. I'm the one with that RCD thing, the Calaveras County Resource Conservation District, where they trespass onto my property. Accidents happen. People can make mistakes, but what that was your GIS mapping is wrong. They've also, your mapping should be correct. Like fix your mapping. If you're going to be giving your mapping to a county entity, it should be correct. And they've also like misspelled the name of the road that's named after my family. Now I'm not getting my mail. But then when that happened, I ran down there in my underwear to get your operator to stop cutting my trees down. They cut down almost 200 trees. They turned up my family's ceremonial grounds. They called the sheriff on me. Your sheriff almost shot me. I was telling the sheriff, look, I'm standing here in my underwear. I'm of no threat. I was putting my hands up, turning my back. Look, I have no weapon. I'm down here, not dressed. Your county council should have been something to helping me, or fighting with the contractor that did that. you know, they told me to spend thousands of dollars of estimates. Like if I would get an estimate, they'd tell me to get another estimate. That was costing me a lot of money. Like, that's just another example of the counties wronging me. Same thing. And then unrelated, I applied to one of your fish and game commissions. I was invited to be on your fish and game
Thank you.
commission.
Thank you. Appreciate your
I'll
time.
talk to you guys soon.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll move on to the consent agenda.
Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request the removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Thank you. Do any board members wish to pull an item? No. Is there a member of the public that wishes to pull an item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
Move.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. We'll move on to our regular agenda.
Regular agenda item number 24, resolution, human resources, adopt the resolution implementing a retirement and voluntary separation incentive program aimed at providing eligible employees the option to voluntarily separate or retire from the county with a financial incentive of $25,000.
Ms. Hawkins.
Good morning, Chair Hubbard, members of the board, Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Management Director. So I have before you today a resolution allowing employees who have served 15 years, at least 15 years, with Calaveras County, the opportunity to retire or voluntarily separate with an incentive of $25,000. And this is, we have used this program in the past, I believe 2009-10 fiscal year. And this way it helps those that are maybe not quite ready to retire. There may be healthcare concerns, things like that. This gives them the ability to buy outside or pay for COBRA for several years. And so it just gives us an opportunity to help those who are ready to retire or voluntarily separate. And then also it helps the budget. And in talking with admin, the idea behind this is, you know, many of the positions may have to be backfilled. We may have to hire, but the time frame that they are vacant while we're recruiting, or, you know, it is a recommendation that we hold them vacant for 6 months. That salary savings will also help going into the next fiscal year, which there is still uncertainty on. So it's not that we're going to see a huge windfall but we are seeing savings in longevity. We are also, many are maybe topped out at their steps. So we are seeing savings there. And so can I answer any questions?
I was just going to ask, given the amount that you've given, there are 5 people that are probably.
We have heard from at least 5.
Okay.
So there are several employees that have been talking about retiring for several years now. And so they've reached out to my department. They have reached out to CalPERS. So we do think that we will see, but like I said, that savings is full salaries. It's so we may not see that whole amount, or that might be what we see over even more than 5 people.
Right.
Just depending on how long we leave it open.
So the $25,000 is, I assume that's a pretty decent amount for the transition to take care of such things as health and.
Yes, I know of someone that's been thinking about retiring, but hasn't been able to due to they've got 2 more years before Medicare would kick in. And so this would give them the opportunity to pay for those 2 years. So it's just gives, you know, it's not a huge windfall for, they're not going to be able to completely retire for the rest of their life on 25,000, but it gives them an opportunity to maybe pay off some bills or pay for medical for the next couple of years, things like that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Follendorf?
Done.
Do you have any other questions?
I do have a question. The five that you're speaking of, are they all from one department or are they spread? Thank you.
Nice.
Okay.
And is it a first come, first serve? I mean,
No.
are you sticking to just the five or?
No, so what it comes down to is they need to be discussing this with their department heads, especially kind of that voluntary separation. Because we can't afford, we do not want to disrupt public service. And so, they need to be having those conversations with their department head. There is a place for the department head to sign off that they have, reviewed this request. And then it's the CEO's final decision on the approval of it. So we can make sure everything's being handled fair, but we may need to, in the case of, if there's a couple of people in the same department, then look at seniority.
I mean, technically, we can't tell anybody they can't leave, but we don't provide the
Supervisor.
incentive and sorry.
I'm on.
Yeah.
Okay, speak into it.
Speak into it.
Yeah, no, so, with that final decision sitting in your lap, in those instances, the incentive would not necessarily be, because we can't tell anybody they can't leave. But at the same time,
No, of course, folks can still retire or otherwise choose to
right.
leave employment, right? It's
Right.
what the CEO would have discretion over, and what requires department head approval is just whether or not this program is part of it.
okay, thank you.
Great. So. Is there any public comment regarding this item? Please come on up to the.
So if we let people retire at 15 years and in 6 months, we have to rehire other people to fill those positions, now we're paying for their retirement and these new people.
Have no questions. I have a statement. As what's his name said, you can't tell people they can't quit and give them the $25,000. I'd double it. I believe in I'd quadruple. I believe in the huge windfall. You folks are making decisions here, and you have very little knowledge of the history of labor and organized labor. I used to live in London, and I had this basement. I guess you could call it an apartment, and I'd go for a walk through the park, and I lived in Houghton Square, and I'd pass these booksellers. And in London, it's pretty damp, and the books would be pretty damp themselves at times. And but I found one old book that was the history of organized labor, and it took me on this fascinating journey. But originally, the organized labor was the reason they organized was they simply weren't making enough in their jobs to afford to eat, and so their bodies were being replenished. They're becoming skinnier and skinnier. So we deserved to survive. Now it's a matter of living with dignity, and we oftentimes don't allow that. We have very high paid individuals at the county, and then we have the rank and file that only make a fraction of what the top tier makes, and that's a problem. The Japanese, even without the history of organized labor, they put it upon themselves to say the top tier can only make a certain amount compared to the bottom tier, or a multiple of, let's say, 5 or 4, and we don't have that same sense here. We rely on organized labor to make these decisions, to help us make these decisions. So it's important that you folks actually bone up on these things. It's important that you also have compassion. And Mr. Tofinelli, he comes from a trade union background. Admittedly, the SEIU is not a trade union. It's a service union. It's unskilled workers. And in the past, there have been conflicts. between the SEIU and the trade unions, but definitely take your lowest paid workers into consideration when doing this and give them as much as you can. Offer it to a wider variety. There's a lot of people that don't want to work for the county, but they just can't afford to separate. They
Thank
can't
you.
afford the relocation costs. Ah,
Thank you.
cut me off 3 seconds. You owe me 3 seconds, Mr. Hunt.
Is there any other public comment? I'll bring it back to the board.
I think that, part of the savings is when we bring in the new employee, they aren't coming in as at the same rate. That we aren't paying for the longevity that you brought up and everything else. And I just want to tell the employees here that, that just because if they're with a their service employees, that they are qualified and they are definitely, skilled labor. So I do appreciate the skills and everything they provide to us. So with that, I'll make a motion.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. Thank you very much, Ms. Hawkins. We'll move on to item number 25.
Item 25, action item, integrated waste management. Provide additional direction to integrated waste management regarding the agenda for the public hearing to be held on June 24th, 2025.
Ms. Cashy.
Morning, Chair Huberty, members of the board. Today I have before you an item looking for direction for the public hearing to be held on June 24th regarding the commercial solid waste parcel fees.
Thank you. Supervisor Stopper?
If I may, Chair, might be able to shorten this up a little bit. I appreciate all the work that IWM's put in. Going over everything, with public comment coming up, I would like to, say that I personally, and I believe that other board members here would like to see a cost of service analysis that does a better job at separating out smaller businesses that generate less waste from bigger businesses that generate more waste. I know the county was working with limited data, but I think we should invest in getting better data in this scenario for the commercial properties. In order to add more specificity. I don't know why that's not coming out of my mouth right. Specificity. I'm not gonna even try it again. Be more specific to the various commercial rate categories. In the meantime, I think we need to preserve the status quo rate structure for one more year in order to get this done. My recommendation, barring we get any other different information in right now, is to cancel the June 24th hearing on proposed commercial rate increase and for staff to only bring back the annual resolution, maintaining the status quo parcel fee for another year. That's my opinion. But barring anybody else having an opinion.
I think the rest of the board will concur, but if we could hear from them, that would be great.
Yeah, I think there more study needs to be done. I think there's other ways to fund what we need to fund, and I think that needs to be explored too. And I would like to see we go into another study. We'll probably be coming back to this. We could cancel the June 24th today, but I think on the 24th something come forward for us to do another study. And I would really stress that we enter into a contract with another contractor to do a study. They come to the board to get our inputs during that study. This didn't happen here. So I'm in agreement that we need to relook at it, and I'm in agreement that we need to cancel it on the June 24th.
I concur. Thank you for all the work you put into it. It has been a ton of work, and I concur with my co-supervisors a little more work.
I'll chime in here and say the exact same thing. Thank you very much, Jennifer. So we need to take
public comment.
Oh, thank you. Do we have any public comment regarding this?
Yes, and thank you, Jennifer.
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely. I look forward to more direction from your board.
Thank you. Seeing no public comment, is there any comment online?
We have no online public comment.
I'll bring it back to the board again.
My statement stands. This is direction, correct?
It is draft as an action item,
Okay.
so I mean.
So I'll make the motion.
Make a motion that is what you said.
Shall I repeat?
I think,
Without the specificity problem?
I think it's clear
Yeah,
to
said it.
me, and as long as the clerk and Ms. Cashy think that there's clear direction, then I think
Okay,
she'll make that.
no motion, so moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
Thank you, thank you, Miss Cashy. Just more good work on top of the other good work, please. All right? Thank you.
Go on now, item number 26.
Item 26, action item, administrative office. 1, receive a presentation on the fiscal year 25-26 CEO recommended budget, and 2, provide the CEO with direction regarding any changes to the CEO recommended budget to be incorporated before the recommended budget comes before the board for approval on June 24, 2025.
And we, till 10 o'clock, maybe a break?
Yes, sorry, I wasn't on.
That's what I was asking for, sir. I'm sorry.
We will break.
You're the chair. You can tell
We'll
them
come back
now.
at 10 o'clock.
All right.
And give you time to set up. Thank you. We are back. Madam Clerk, would you mind rereading item number 26? Then we'll get started.
Item 26, action item, Administrative Office, receive a presentation on the fiscal year 2025-26 CEO recommended budget, and 2, provide the CEO with direction regarding any changes to the CEO recommended budget to be incorporated before the recommended budget comes before the board for approval on June 24th, 2025.
Thank you. Pass it over to Ms. Hubner.
So, good morning, board members. Ms. Huberter is going to go through a prepared presentation at the beginning, and then we'll be asking for direction at the end of her presentation. So I'm going to turn it over to her at this time so that she can present the board with our findings, and then she'll ask for direction.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members of the board. Denise Hubner, Deputy CEO with the Administrative Office, here to present the 25-26 recommended budget. The topics I'll be covering in this presentation are, sorry, I need to minimize this. The county budget guidelines and process, overall budget and general fund overviews, the revenue outlook, department's personnel, capital asset, and CIP requests, board direction that is needed, and staff recommendations. Budget guidelines and process. California counties develop their budgets in accordance with state law. The primary governing law is the County Budget Act. The County Budget Act allows for a one-step or a two-step budget process. Calaveras County uses the two-step process. This means that the board is required to approve the recommended budget by June 30th of each year and hold public hearings and adopt the recommended budget by October 2nd of each year. After the budget is adopted, it's considered the county's budget of record. Sorry, guys. The budget has many purposes. It acts as a planning tool, increases transparency and accountability, and helps ensure fiscal sustainability. The budget is the county's financial roadmap and allocates funding to ensure that the Board of Supervisors' priorities are met and state and federal mandates are followed. It also allows residents and stakeholders to understand the county's priorities and how funds are being spent. The recommended budget process begins right after mid-year budget is complete. Budget instructions were released in late February, and department requests were due by April 4th. Admin conducted meetings with department heads and fiscal staff in April, and all adjustments were complete by the middle of May. The budget was published and available on the county website on May 22nd for the public. Board approval of the recommended budget happens in June to allow the county to have a working budget to operate from July until public hearings and formal adoption of the county budget in September. For fiscal year 25-26, budget hearings are scheduled to begin on September 9th. There are two basic approaches to financial forecasting. They each have benefits and risks. The conservative approach estimates revenue low and expenditures high. The objective approach estimates revenues and expenditures as close to actuals as possible. Using the conservative approach when budgeting reduces the likelihood of shortfall, but is much harder to balance. Using the objective approach is typically easier to balance, but has an increased risk of shortfall. The budget as presented is prepared largely with the conservative approach, which means we estimated revenues conservatively low and expenditures conservatively high. The county has historically used the conservative approach due to the lower risk of budget shortfall at the end of the year. There are many factors that influence the development of the budget. Some factors that impacted the fiscal year 25-26 budget are revenue decline, federal and state funding changes, the impact of inflation and tariffs on goods and services, increase to fixed costs such as utilities, insurance, and unfunded liabilities. The overall budget. Total revenue in the overall budget is $262 million. The budget has an overall $8.3 million increase in revenue, but the majority of that is a $6.7 million increase of operating transfers in from sources such as special revenue funds. There is a decline in overall tax revenue of $296,000. The largest sources of revenue in the overall budget are operating transfers in of $71.9 million, state revenue of $59.8 million, and taxes of $40.4 million.
Some revenue figures may need to be adjusted in September due to the uncertainty of state and federal funding. Overall expenditures for the full budget. Total expenditures in the overall budget are $383 million. The largest categories of budget expenditures are 100 million of contingencies, salaries and benefits of 69.6 million or 21% of the total budget, operating transfers in of 71.9 million, services and supplies of 45.5 million or 12% of the total budget. Salaries and benefits have increased by 4.7 million over the prior year due to salary increases, filling vacancies, and a higher rate of employee retention. Services and supplies have decreased by $12.9 million due to budget reductions and anticipated changes in funding. General fund overview. Upon receipt of all general fund department budgets, the general fund was at a $10.1 million structural deficit. After working with departments and reducing budgets to the status quo in services and supplies, the structural deficit was at 7.8 million. In comparison, last year, at that point in the process, the deficit was at 2.2 million. Admin then requested that all general fund departments identify budget reductions of 5 and 10% of their total general fund net cost. The identified reductions resulted in just over 3.2 million of ongoing budget savings and brought the structural deficit to 4.66 million. Additionally, admin is requesting closing the fiscal year 25-26 budget gap with one-time funds, which include a transfer of $1.545 million from the PARS investment account and $500,000 from a redirection of TOT contingencies. The use of one-time funding brings the fiscal year 25-26 deficit to $2.7 million. This one-time use of funds will allow the county time to identify other areas of opportunity to realize cost savings. Admin does not believe the budget challenges will be confined to a single fiscal year and recognize the necessity of exploring other practical and creative solutions to minimize the budget shortfall. In addition, if the hiring freeze remains in effect, we anticipate unbudgeted cost savings of approximately $1 million. That'll be realized. We would budget that in mid-year or just rollover balance at the end of the year. I would like to note departments have communicated that any deeper reduction to general fund departments will result in a significant staffing and service level impacts. The general fund anticipated ending fund equity as of June 30th is $4.5 million. Fund equity was estimated with the conservative approach. This is an estimate as it's unknown what the final revenue and expenditure actuals are until after the books close. The breakdown of uses of the $4.5 million in rollover fund balance is as follows. 1.8 million is refunding general fund contingencies. 2.7 million is funding the general fund deficit. And there's a 38,000 budgeted transfer into county capital. I'd like to bring your attention that the transfer to county capital is estimated to be very low this year, which is important to recognize because not only are our large capital projects and new assets funded from that special revenue fund, but our year-over-year IT and building infrastructure projects, maintenance projects are also completed from that account at an estimated 1.5 to 2 million per year. In addition, the low transfer of rollover funds highlights how close the structural deficit is to becoming an actual deficit. General fund contingencies is set at 1.8 million, which is at the board policy level of 2% of the average general fund expenditures for the prior 3 years. And general fund reserve is set at 5.7 million, which is the board policy level of 8% of the average of general fund revenue for the prior 3 years. General fund contingencies and reserves both get adjusted in September after the books close because then there's a new reference year for the calculation. So they get modified to just minor modification. Total general fund revenue is budgeted at 73.2 million. The largest sources of general fund revenue are taxes budgeted at 33.5 million, which is a $438,000 decrease from the prior year. Transfers in of 16.9 million, which is an increase of 3.2 million over the prior year, which highlights that departments are bringing in revenue to cover costs from their special revenue funds or restricted funds. Charges for services of 9.5 million, which is budgeted at $689,000 higher than the prior year. It's important to mention that while the overall revenue appears to have a 1.7 million increase over the prior year, there are one-time fund transfers of 1.95 million included in this budget cycle to close the budget gap. When taking those transfers into consideration, there is a 71.7 million in budgeted revenue, which is a slight decrease in revenue from the prior year. Total general fund expenditures are budgeted at 78.2 million. The largest categories of general fund expenditures are salaries and benefits of 46 million or 56% of total expenditures, which is an increase of 3.28 million over the prior year due to salary increases, filling vacant positions, and employee retention. Services and supplies of 24.4 million or 30% of total expenditures, which is a decrease of 1.8 million, largely due to the department requested budget reductions. So we would have seen an increase had we not reduced budgets by 3.2. While the general fund has 71.7 million in revenue and a transfer in of one-time funds of 1.95 million, $24 million is department-specific revenues such as grants, reimbursements, or other restricted funds. This means only $43 million of general fund revenue is discretionary. General fund discretionary revenue is made up of three sources. Our general revenues account, which includes items such as taxes and franchise fees of 37.3 million, Prop 172 public safety revenue of 3 million, and transient occupancy taxes of 2.65 million. General fund discretionary fund uses total 47.6 million, which is comprised of 39.9 million for the net cost of general fund departments, 2.39 million to community organizations, 2 million of county contributions for items like MOEs and debt service payments, 3.3 million of TOT and Prop 172 funds, which are allocated to the sheriff's office. This structural deficit is the difference between the sources and uses and is covered by one-time transfers and rollover fund balance. This chart is a breakdown of all the functional areas where the 47.68 million of discretionary funds are used. The functional areas with the large net costs are public safety with $25.7 million net costs, which is 54% of the use of discretionary dollars. Public safety includes all the sections shown in green. County admin and finance with a net cost of 13.9, which includes all blue sections. I'd like to note some sections in the blue county admin and finance are fixed costs, such as 4.5 million for insurance and 789,000 in utilities. Community organizations are budgeted with a total of $2.39 million. This category includes the discretionary funds that are distributed to external entities. The 2.39 million of discretionary funds allocated to external entities is broken down in this table and chart. The largest recipients of discretionary funds are fire, which receives 1.36 million or 56.7% in funds that are dedicated to the fire districts and payments of the CDF dispatch contract. 400,000 or 16.7% is allocated to the Calaveras Visitors Bureau, and 181,000 or 8% is distributed to UCCE. Our revenue outlook. Secured property taxes are a stable source of revenue in which the county sees a steady and consistent incline year over year. The amount of property taxes received year to date for fiscal year 24-25 is 16.2 million of the budgeted 16.6 million. The fiscal year 25-26 secured property taxes are estimated at 17.2 million. The 1% property tax split for the current fiscal year is displayed. This graph shows how property taxes are distributed. The largest recipient of property tax revenue is the school districts at 55%, with an additional 12% related to ERAF dollars. As you can see, only 17% of property taxes collected go into the county's general fund. This visual represents how each dollar of property taxes is split. There's a common misconception that county general fund is the recipient of all or the majority of property taxes, when in reality, only approximately 17 cents of every dollar gets deposited into the county's general fund. Sales tax revenue is a less stable revenue source than property taxes. The activity we see in sales tax revenue is often a good representation of the overall health of the economy. You can see that the county is experiencing a slight decline in sales tax revenue. When this presentation was prepared, the county had received 3.85 million in sales tax revenue. When I reviewed sales tax figures yesterday, we were at 4.4 million of the 4.9 million budgeted for the fiscal year. The fiscal year 25-26 budget amount reflects a decline, as we're estimating sales tax figures to come in at approximately 4.65 million. We'll be watching sales tax collections and we'll bring an adjustment forward to the board if it looks like that figure needs to be adjusted in the September budget. Sales tax breakdown for the current year. This chart shows a percentage breakdown of the 8.25% Calaveras County sales tax. I'd like to highlight that the state general fund receives 48% of collections. The county general fund and city receive a combined 12% of collections. Fire receives just over 12% between Measure A and Prop 172. The sheriff receives just under 6% of Prop 172 collections. This distribution looks different than prior years because the Measure A fire tax that was approved by voters in 2024. It is estimated the fire districts will see an additional $4.65 million in funds for fiscal year 25-26 as they receive the same percentage as the city and county do combined. Transient occupancy taxes. Our taxes charged to travelers when they rent accommodations like hotels or vacation homes. Transient occupancy taxes in Calaveras County have been at a fairly steady level since 2021 at approximately $2.7 million per year. The county has collected $2.68 million out of $2.65 million budgeted for the current year. Our office will be closely watching the transient occupancy collections as economy changes can directly influence this revenue source. Excise taxes are budgeted at $2.8 million for the current year. Year to date, the county has received $2.67 million. The fiscal year 25-26 recommended budget is set at $2.85 million as we're expecting a slight increase over the current year. However, this is a more volatile revenue source and admin will be monitoring activity and recommend adjustment to the board as necessary. Department requests. The position changes that are being recommended to the board are a combination of department requested and those necessitated by the budget shortfall and the need for general fund reductions. Building would like to delete a vacant supervising building inspector and reclass a senior code enforcement officer to a building manager. This will allow the building department to have a manager to assist the building official and help oversee both operations of building and code enforcement duties. County Council, as part of reductions, is requesting to reduce a vacant full-time paralegal position to a part-time position. Agriculture, as part of budget reductions, admin is recommending deletion of a vacant administrative services officer, and duties will be absorbed by the environmental management department analyst and other ag staff. HHSA is requesting deletion of 4 program coordinators, a case manager due to expire funding. HHSA is also requesting the addition of trainee levels to their clinician 1-2 series and the SUD counselor 1-2 series. In addition, they would like to reclass 3 SUD counselor 2s to level 3s. 2 of those are currently partial FTEs, and we will just be increasing it to 1.0. Information technology requests a new IT analyst position for succession planning that is fully reimbursed by HHSA. In addition, as part of budget reductions, IT would like to delete the supervising business analyst position, which results in a layoff. The IT director will be taking on the management of 2 staff members related to this change. Additionally, admin is recommending the deletion of the mail clerk as those duties can be absorbed by the IT administrative assistant. We are also recommending reclassifying the other supervising business analyst to a business analyst 2, as that position has been underfilled at that level for multiple years. The library is requesting reductions in FTE for 2 library assistants down to 18 hours a week due to requested budget reductions. One of those positions is currently already working 18 hours a week. The other is working 32 hours per week. The planning department is requesting a reclass of planner 2 to a senior planner and a senior planner to a planning manager. This will modify the structure and planning, which will allow the planning director to have a manager to oversee operations in their absence and help maintain operational efficiency in the planning department. In addition, admin is recommending the deletion of the economic development division in whole, which would result in a layoff of the economic development manager. Public Works is requesting the deletion of a vacant Public Works analyst, and the cost savings of all of these changes are $665,000 in ongoing dollars to the general fund and $399,000 in non-general fund savings. There are some positions that departments requested that admin is not recommending at this time. HHSA is currently working through the final phases of an organizational review, and admin did not believe that the process is complete that the 7 new positions and 2 reclasses that they requested should be added. However, for the SUD case manager, we did recommend the increase in the FTE of the other 2 current positions. Integrated Waste Management requested 2 reclassifications, 1 new position, and a title change that admin is not recommending. Further evaluation of integrated waste revenue and ongoing costs need to be completed depending on the outcome of the commercial solid waste parcel fees. Admin strongly believes that any changes that increase integrated waste ongoing costs may directly impact the ability for them to set aside for future capital assets and capital infrastructure projects. The capital improvement project list is comprised of 3 different county CIPs: the county's main CIP account, airport CIPs that occur in their enterprise fund, and the road CIP. The funding for each project is specified on the table. I would like to note that many projects that the county completes, such as the behavioral health project, are done using restricted funds, such as grants that are required to be used for specific purposes and cannot be used for other purposes. The projects that are labeled as using the county capital fund are funded with a prior year general fund rollover balance that was transferred into the county capital fund. Thus, those funds are discretionary. The county CIPs that are budgeted for the upcoming year are a combination of projects that have already previously received board approval but are not yet complete, and new projects that admin is recommending based on what county properties have immediate needs to remain safe and operational. The projects that are budgeted that have previously received board approval are the Animal Services Facility, the Behavioral Health Building, Building E bathroom remodel, Railroad Flat Community Center exterior repairs, Phase 1 of the Archives Building, Wilseyville Facility Improvement, the District Attorney Building, and the Hubbardie Building reception area. The budget for these projects is set using what the board has approved, less any project costs that are anticipated to occur prior to June 30th. That being said, because it's unknown exactly what costs will be paid by June 30th, these amounts will need to be adjusted for actual activity after the fiscal year closes. The new countywide projects that are being recommended are replacement of the sheriff's office hot water boilers, replacement of the museum elevator that is non-operational, government center roofings for building D and J is one of the last phases of our government center roofing project, repair of the Colombo building parking lot, the Red Hill slide repair of the West Point Community Center roofing for dry rot, and the Murphy's Library parking lot gravel. The airport's recommended project are the repairs to the airport admin building that was previously approved by the board and is not going to occur till July, and some minor asphalt repairs. In addition to the projects listed, admin is recommending paying off the balance of the HVAC loan with county capital funds. The estimated payoff is $1.4 million. That's including a 1% penalty. While there is a penalty for early payoff, this year that penalty is lower than the interest we would pay. The reason we're recommending payoff of that loan is paying off the HVAC loan will open other financing opportunities for the county as the land is leveraged in that financing, if the need arises. The road CIP projects are outlined in the multi-year road CIP plan that is brought to the board. The table shows the projects that were requested by Public Works for the upcoming year. For any questions and a description about specific road projects, admin would need to defer to the Director of Public Works. Capital assets. Capital asset requests that are recommended are the clerk recorder requests election equipment funded by state and federal grants. DA requests the general fund to pay for outfitting of the vehicle approved and purchased in this current fiscal year. Animal Services requests a security system and a vehicle paid for with previously received grant funds. HHSA requests 1 vehicle for mental health, 3 vehicles for CalWorks, and 2 vehicles for public health. These purchases will be made with non-general fund dollars and are a necessity to maintain current operations. Information Technology requests 2 copiers for other county departments to be paid by the duplication fund and replacement of the GIS plotter funded by general fund dollars. As part of our ongoing IT infrastructure maintenance projects and asset updates, IT is requesting replacement of the Edge firewall server, Blade servers, and data center servers. All 3 projects have been budgeted to be covered with county capital funds. Integrated Waste is requesting an AC recovery system, fencing, a compactor, equipment lifts, a welder, a Polaris, a steam cleaner, and windscreens. Admin recommends these assets as the integrated waste analysis completed by a consultant recommended replacing assets yearly. All assets are budgeted using integrated waste funds. Probation requests replacement of a vehicle that was previously in a wreck. They will be purchasing it with insurance proceeds and special revenue funds. And the sheriff's office, admin is recommending 5 vehicles, 3 which are general fund dollars. The other 2 is paid by a grant and AB 443 funding. We are also recommending a command style vehicle funded by AB 443 and a drone that is being funded with local innovation. There are a handful of capital assets that admin is not recommending at this time. The general fund purchases that are not recommended are vehicles for the facility department, ag, DA, and 1 of the vehicles for the sheriff's office. In addition, we are not recommending the microwave extension for the Hubbard building. And the non-general fund purchases that are not recommended are 2 vehicles for HHSA and 1 vehicle for mental health. With the uncertainty of funding, admin only recommended what was necessary to maintain current operations. Board direction needed. There are a handful of items that admin needs direction on in the budget. The first being transient occupancy taxes. We have them budgeted with 25% to sheriff, 25% to fire, $627,184 to roads at their MOE amount, and $400,000 to CVB. Due to the need to pull in one-time funding to balance the budget, admin is recommending a $500,000 transfer from the transient occupancy taxes into the general fund. This transfer is made up of $202,184 in prior year rollover balance and $297,816 of revenue expected to be received in 25-26. If ending fund equity in the TOT account is lower than anticipated after the books close, then this will need to be adjusted in September. Admin is requesting direction from the board on whether the TOT distribution needs to remain as budgeted or if there are adjustments that need to be made. Admin is also seeking direction on if the funding provided to external entities should be modified. The highlighted entities are costs that we are required to pay or we have agreements in place. There are 2 other items that admin needs board directions on. In order to close the budget gap for future years, we are transferring that 1.95 that I spoke about previously. We would like the opportunity to explore special district cost recovery, review of leases and other contracts to maximize the county's return on investment, and look at restructuring county departments or divisions to create efficiencies and minimize duplication of duties. Any findings would be brought forward to the board for consideration prior to any implementation. Also, number 2 up there, due to unforeseen circumstances, the Mountain Ranch Park Sewer Project is estimated to cost approximately $30,000. This meets the capital improvement threshold. Staff would like to add this project to the CIP list that comes back to the board for approval at the September budget hearings. Staff recommendations and acknowledgements. Staff recommends that the budget is approved as submitted, just as the working budget. Staff also recommends that the hiring freeze is maintained, that $20,000 in park and recreation funds be used towards a grant analyst hours, and that the Mountain Ranch Septic Project be added to the CIP list. Staff requests board direction on any department adjustments, the TOT distribution, funds to external entities, and moving forward to explore other cost savings opportunities. Staff requests the board's approval to bring, if at all possible, any changes back to the board with the budget at the September hearings. I would like to thank the board, department heads, fiscal staff in the auditor's office, and information technology. Admin recognizes that this budget cycle has been a challenging one. We would like to thank all department heads for working diligently to identify areas that they could reduce costs. We appreciate the effort and consideration to help our team put forward a sound budget for consideration. That wraps up.
Thank you very much. Madam CEO, do you have anything that you'd like to add?
So this has been a very challenging budget cycle. As Denise mentioned, we did see revenues declining. We are concerned that rolling into next year that that's going to be an ongoing issue. So we would like to get board direction to explore opportunities for ongoing savings. I know that we had to make some hard recommendations in this budget for the board to consider. It's very difficult when you have staff layoffs. We tried to minimize those to the extent possible in order to get the budget to balance. As you can see, we're only estimating a $39,000 rollover into county capital, which county capital is where we fund all of our maintenance projects for our major maintenance projects for the facilities that we own, as well as that's where the funding resides for any future facilities that we're considering constructing. So we're trying to preserve the county capital fund as much as possible in order to ensure that we have funding available to construct the buildings that I know that the board has deemed a priority in the upcoming years. Again, it's a tough budget. I know some of the department heads want to speak to it and talk about some of the impacts to the budget, because you can't really cut budget departments without impacting services. We tried to minimize that as much as possible, but there will be impacts to services. I believe our sheriff was wanting to speak to the impacts on the sheriff's department. And then we had a couple of other departments that wanted to speak as well. But I just wanted to let your board know that none of this was easy for our office either. Again, we're looking at a $39,000 rollover. And the only place, if we're adding things back for that to be added back from, would be from county capital, which if we're continuing to spend that down, we will not have the funding that we need in order to continue the maintenance projects or to move forward with some of the construction projects that we have identified. So they're tough decisions, but unfortunately, it's the situation we're in. We don't print money. We only have the resources available to us that we have available.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
Yeah, and I just want to add to what CEO Teresa is saying. This is only a temporary budget. This is to get us through to September. We don't know, the state will do their budget, and we won't know till then what the state is going to do and how they're going to treat the counties, because a lot of this money comes from the state. And in the past, it's been my experience, they have withheld money from us They're supposed to give us 17% of property taxes, and in the past, they went down as low as 12%. So this is, again, temporary. We don't know what's going to happen on the final budget in September. And I see Kathy's shaking her head yes, because she knows, she's been around the experience that we went through in the past. So, because we're a subsidiary of the state, and they give us, their budget comes first, ours comes second. But we'll see what happens, because a lot of their money also comes from the federal government. And there's a lot of things going on there also. So again, just remember, this is temporary. It may remain somewhat the same in September. It may change quite a bit. It may go up. We don't know, because we won't know until September comes around when we do our final budget.
Thank you. How would the board like to proceed? I'm actually thinking that it might be a good idea to hear from staff members first, just because I know that our sheriff's hanging on the line. That's all right.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me okay?
Perfect.
Good morning. Thank you, sir. First off, my apologies for not being there in person. I pride myself in being present, so I'm away at a meeting with the majority of the other California sheriffs, and we're talking about the state of the state and the critical time in public safety. So it was essential for me to be gone, but my apologies for juggling and that I'm not there. And thank you very much for letting me jump in line here and talk. And then before I get into budget reduction impacts, I want to acknowledge my outstanding administrative staff at the sheriff's office. They were given a really difficult task this year with a short deadline. They worked very hard and fast to present some proposals to meet the requested target budget reductions. I also continue to appreciate CEO Hitchcock and her staff with the ability to have constructive dialogue on topics that concern us both. I wanted to specifically open with that because there are not a whole lot of other good things to say about this year's budget outlook. I've worked for the county at the sheriff's office for the past 25 years. So this roller coaster of our economics is nothing new. It's unfortunate that we're back in this downturn cycle, because it's been about 15 years of just trying to get back to the level of services and positions that were impacted when we had to take major cuts in 2008, 2009. And it's sad that we were finally getting back to where we were instead of where we should be. I understand the difficult decisions that this governing body faces when prioritizing the funding and the extent of governmental services offered to our community. We all know that public safety, and especially the sheriff's office, is a big chunk of the county budget. For a number of years now, we have pushed the goal of uniformity amongst the county departments to serve a specific beneficial purpose, and that is the quality of life and the safety of our citizens in Calaveras. That will always remain my objective, and I will always remain focused on what we can achieve with what we have. We received budget instructions this year to compile a status quo budget, and then we needed to present options with a 5% and a 10% budget reduction. At the sheriff's office, amongst all of my budget units, 10% reduction equates to about $1.7 million. That significant of a reduction absolutely has an effect on programs and services that the sheriff's office performs. I just kind of want to go over a little bit of what we've done over the past couple years regarding our budget. So rewinding back to mid-year fiscal year 22-23, we met with county admin. We did an extensive review of our budget to actuals. That means we looked at what was budgeted compared to our actual spending. In that review, we reduced our budgeted line items and services and supplies by $715,000. And in the end, it was about $800,000 that we took out of the sheriff's office budget. And we were able to accomplish that without affecting services or programs at the sheriff's office. That reduction, it removed the majority of contingency money from the sheriff's office. It did not account for inflation increases or what may actually happen during the fiscal year. We had to remove contingency funds that would have allowed us to internally pay for major repairs at the sheriff's office, like the boiler project that we're getting funded this year. It also, the monies that was removed at that time, we had used to use that for paying for additional inmate medical expenses like ambulance transports or extended hospitalizations. So all of those built-in contingency funds were already removed from the sheriff's office budget. There was no public fight over money. It was absolutely pragmatic. It was fiscally sound decisions that were made for those reductions. If you remember at the time, interim CEO Pedro called it phase 1 budget adjustments, or the first bite of the apple, in order to reduce the general fund structural deficit. And then in the end of that year, county admin ended up sweeping significant salary savings from the sheriff's office. We had a lot of unfilled positions. During that time, we were facing difficulty in law enforcement recruitment and retention. So by mid-year, between services and supplies and salary savings, the sheriff's office gave back $3.4 million to the county. So then we went into fiscal year 23-24. Our public safety staffing was at critically low levels. Our sheriff's administration, we understood the need to get equitable compensation for our employees. We worked and got tiered positions for our sheriff's service techs and our correctional technicians. We then systematically went through and we worked on raises for dispatchers, correctional officers, and deputy sheriffs. And we understood how critical it was to get that done. So we voluntarily froze several open positions that we were unable to fill anyways for multiple years. We agreed not to purchase, and we have not purchased any patrol vehicle for multiple years now. And we did this all voluntarily, hoping it was temporary. So at this time last year, we created the fiscal year 24-25 budget with the county class and comp personnel cost increases in mind. We reduced our patrol overtime budget already in last year's budget. We removed a big chunk of funding that assisted with helicopter services for combating illegal marijuana grows in our county. And we also increased our revenue stream by contracting with several other counties and housing incarcerated persons in our facility. Our sheriff's administration also, all those frozen positions that we had, we voluntarily eliminated those positions because, again, we're prioritizing recruitment and retention of sheriff's office staff. We're prioritizing deputies working in our community, dispatchers answering your 911 emergency calls, and correctional officers who require adequate staffing levels for their safety. Over the past 3 years to accomplish all of this, the sheriff's office has already eliminated 4 correctional officer positions, 2 correctional technician positions, and 3 deputy sheriff positions. Those were unfilled positions. They were concessions that we took because we understood the impact of the rising personnel costs on the county, and we were prioritizing our employees. Unfortunately, that knocked us back to over a decade ago in terms of positions. So it sucks to say, but almost every position that this board voted to give Sheriff DiBasilio during his terms in office have already been eliminated. So here we are going into fiscal year 25-26. We have another ask for a major budget reduction. I will not, and I did not reduce any positions because I want to ensure the level of public safety in our community remains intact. I really do appreciate the CEO's exemption for the sheriff's office on the hiring freeze. I do have several open deputy sheriff positions right now, and I do plan on sending recruits into the next police academy. We know that if or when a deputy leaves or retires from our department, and there are people in my department that are looking at that retirement incentives, it takes us about a year to get them through background, to train them before they're actually working solo within our community. So it's an unfortunate double-edged sword. We are finally paying our local law enforcement comparable wages. That's allowing us to fill and keep positions. But unfortunately, it just means that the sheriff's office salary savings can no longer help us carry through budget deficits. In our budget for 25-26, the line item reductions that you see this coming year, they will affect our ability to purchase new or replace some existing equipment and technology. We plan to do our best to continue to prioritize the needs of our community and the safety of our employees when we're making our purchasing decisions. We all know, and I've spoken on the topic before, that modern policing demands trained, educated, and professional law enforcement officers. The 25-26 budget has quite a bit of reduction in our training and travel. That's going to equate to us just to prioritizing to minimally meet mandated training requirements. It is going to hinder our ability to keep up with acceptable industry standards and best practices. But like I continue to say, we're gonna do our best with what we have. Reductions in our overtime budget will have an effect on services and programs. I will not restrict or reduce deputy responses to calls for service. And I will not allow budget concerns to control our decision-making for the necessary resources to respond to critical incidents. I think community-based policing and relationship-based policing is an essential cornerstone philosophy for our sheriff's office. It is through our government and community partnerships that we're able to accomplish our public safety goals and address the quality of life issues for Calaveras County. With that and the budget reductions we're faced in the next fiscal year, we may have to say no sometimes moving forward for the sheriff's office involvement in some community events. Reduction in overtime funds, it equates to a reduction in some programs, services, and the availability of sheriff's office staff to attend things like the touch a truck events, neighborhood watch meetings, coffee with a cop, children's fairs, local recruiting, and some other youth engagement activities. I'm not saying that we're going to stop doing those things. We're going to do our best to do them, but in reality, we may have to say no sometimes because we have no way of predicting critical incidents or wildland fires in our county that greatly affect our overtime budget. So we're just going to have to keep a closer eye on that. If we are faced with any major public safety needs, I am absolutely going to send the necessary resources. And at mid-year, much like Supervisor Tofanelli said, this is a temporary budget. At mid-year, we may have to reanalyze the budget structure based on spending. I am absolutely willing, as we always do, and we will do that. I'm not here today to say that I'm okay with the recommended budget, because it always sucks when we're taking reductions. But I'm not asking the board at this time to make any changes to the recommendations. I know this was a very hard budget to compile, as the CEO has already expressed. So time will tell if the budget is sustainable. And then there's a good chance at mid-year or sporadically throughout the year, as unforeseen events unfold, that I may have to come before the board, ask for funding for critical projects, and I will absolutely keep you updated on the status of how things are going, and I'm willing to do that. Or if the board has any questions throughout the year, we're more than willing to bring informational items forward. I am letting this board know and letting our community know that we're at a tipping point. And I know I monologued for a little bit, but I really wanted to go over the reductions. This isn't the first year of reductions. We're in about year 3 of going through and gleaning out our budget. So this is our tipping point of preserving law enforcement jobs, services, supplies, and programs. I hope county administration and the board continues to prioritize public safety when analyzing the budget impacts now and of course in the future. With that, that's all I have to say, and I'm available to answer any questions regarding the sheriff's office budget if you guys have any.
Thank you, Sheriff. No worries. Are there any questions for the sheriff?
No. Not so much of a question as a statement from my perspective. First and foremost, the lion's share of the general fund budget goes to towards safety and for the right reasons. And the work you put in it is invaluable, and it is not lost on me as one of these 5 people here that you have, along with your predecessor, worked with us to concede certain amounts to make the county whole and provide other services here. And I understand your tipping point, Rochelle, and these safety personnel that we have here it will be scary if we lose any more capital, because we don't have many other places to reach anymore. And all intent and purposes, as if things were to turn around sooner than later, I think we definitely should be back and seeing how we can lift these services back up and make the sheriff's department whole again. Not just the sheriff's department, any department in the county, but the sheriff's department is definitely a priority with us here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other board comments? Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, everyone.
Really appreciate your taking the time to present to us.
Absolutely. I really appreciate it. A lot of the California sheriffs, we're on the phone yesterday or Sunday afternoon with Los Angeles Sheriff Bob Luna. So we're definitely discussing critical matters, but I really don't like being on Zoom. I really pride myself in being there with you guys. So my apologies again for not being there.
Great seeing you. Have a great rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other staff members that wish to discuss their budget? Mr. Sampson.
Good morning, members of the board. Brett Sampson, your planning director. I just wanted to get up. I know it's a very tough budget crisis, and it's a very hard act to follow with our esteemed sheriff who does so much with so little. I just came up today to speak in support of economic development. I know that economic development many times in hard budget times is one of the items that can go. I just would give you a tale of caution. I've worked for a consultant for years, and I've worked for dozens of local agencies in California, all over Northern California specifically. And typically that is always one of the first things to cut is economic development. And I've seen kind of the end result of that many times now, where you lose the advocacy group of the county for small businesses. You have the chambers and you have advocacy groups, but of course, economic development is a main driver of that. Many times I'm in a meeting with economic development, and we're saying sometimes the opposite things. I'm the person as the planning director that's the rule follower, the code interpreter, and sometimes costing people 2 things, time and money. And so economic development is always there as kind of that cheerleader and as that kind of person that is trying to push the process forward and trying to get a citizen of Calaveras County to a yes instead of a no, but get them to a legal yes. So I just wanted to come up and throw my support in for economic development. I think it's a valuable service. I've seen it many, many times where it's cut and then there's kind of that knee-jerk reaction of then trying to re-implement it and trying to reinstitute an economic development program. And it's that kind of stutter stepping that can be an issue sometimes. So I just wanted to throw my hat in the ring of support for economic development. I know it's a tough budget time. We just heard what the sheriff said. There's obviously other departments that have needs as well. I just wanted to really throw my support behind that and say that economic development provides a valuable service to the community. It's who the community reaches out when they don't really know who else to reach out to or where they need an advocate. And so I'm very much a proponent of economic development. Obviously, in this budget time, may not be an option, but I would really look long and hard on how to make that happen. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Huberty and Honorable Board. Kathy Galino, your Economic and Community Development Director. Difficult today. Didn't sleep very well last night. So I do understand the difficult challenge before you today. And I really would like your consideration before eliminating my position. I'd like to share my thoughts and the successes that I've had over the last 7.5 years. The most common question I hear is, what is economic development? What is it that you do? It's really hard because it's not always in the front. It's usually in the backside of working with our business communities. But simply put, economic development is the wealth of our communities and benefits through efforts of economic developers. So I don't charge a fee. I don't have permits. I provide my services free of charge to whoever wants help. It's a program of investment and responsibly growing Calaveras County. It's providing outstanding customer service and improving the quality of life for all Calaveras residents and our visitors. First, my role is to increase revenue to the county by providing direct business assistance, siting assistance, leveraging funding opportunities, providing resources, assisting with workforce development, applying and administering grants. And I'd like to pause there for a minute, because the grant that I'm currently working on, I'm very excited to hopefully share that with you next board meeting, is actually offsetting half of my salary costs. I support our arts, culture, and historical resources. I facilitate housing development, conduct community outreach, expand connectivity and public safety through our broadband deployment programs, fostering forest and energy resiliency programs, leveraging public and private partnerships, and I could probably go on. I function to streamline the permitting process. As Brett mentioned, we do have pre-application meetings where we meet with developers of both commercial industrial properties, housing projects, and help facilitate those connections with our utility providers, our other public agencies. Lastly, I have had the opportunity to work with our business associations, our nonprofit organizations, and community groups to strengthen our county. I strive to diversify our business opportunities, whether it be a biomass facility, a distillery, a grocery store, or ensuring that our workforce has housing opportunities. I work with departments, state and federal agencies to foster a business-friendly and better serve our business community. My past accomplishments include successful TOT ballot measure, where we came into line with our other rural counties. I worked with USDA and the county in the construction of the Valley Springs Health and Wellness Center. I directly assisted over 180 businesses through startup and growth. I secured over $9 million in grant funds directly benefiting Calaveras County through Census, PG&E Economic Development, FAA for airport improvements, California Parks and Recreation, CDBG COVID relief grant funds, and HCD for our housing program. And I've had a larger impact of $14.9 million. And that also includes the CPUC, broadband EDA grants, as well as the California and Sierra Jobs First program, which we just excitedly awarded $9 million to communities throughout the region. I provided emergency economic response and recovery during both COVID recovery process, helping over 2,000 individuals, as well as the 22-23 storm disaster declaration. I participated in strategic planning efforts in the creation of workforce housing development program. I've advocated for unprecedented broadband deployment investment in Calaveras County, assisted in the development and the implementation of the CEDS, which is our comprehensive economic development strategy. And I've built a robust partnership portfolio, amazing partners, amazing community groups with educational institutions, industry leaders. So my 25-26 goals are to continue growing our open lines of communication, to diversify our local economy, to focus on retail, biomass, sustainable food systems, manufacturing, energy resilience, commercial and residential construction, travel and tourism, and forest and watershed resiliency. Continue to represent Calaveras County's interests as a member of the California Jobs First Governing Council on Recreation and Tourism, Natural and Working Lands, Agriculture and Food Systems, and simplify the permitting process, making get to yes faster. Continue working with my utility and fire districts, community and nonprofit organizations, business associations, and rural community partners. Continue administering the REAP 2.0 grant program and get the funds out to the developer. Continue implementing our CEDS and participate in the next strategic plan process. And retain my position as the Calaveras County Economic and Community Development Director, and to continue finding funding to offset my operational costs so I'm not an impact to the general fund. I look forward to the opportunity to continue working for Calaveras County. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Yook, did you want to say something?
Good morning, Barbara Yook, District Attorney. First, I want to say that I'm not asking for money. I know that's probably possibly what you're expecting, especially Supervisor Tofinelli. But we do recognize the difficulties that the county's in, especially after hearing from Ms. Galino. But I wanted to discuss a specific item in our budget, and that is the recommendation not to fill an attorney position for a whole year. That is a cut to an attorney position in our office. It's only unfilled because we had a resignation in February. We are continuing to function since then because that attorney has agreed to help us out extra hire. That is not going to last forever. We're anticipating him stepping back probably in October or so. But I wanted to just let you know that we did work with admin on trying to get through that and trying to avoid what is going to be surely some very significant service impacts should we not be able to fill that attorney position. So while the line says on not funding the attorney position for a whole year, what it really is not filling it for 6 months. We've agreed not to fill it for 6 months. But while we continue to recruit in hopes that we can find a replacement mid-year. I do not know what our chances of finding a replacement will be. I don't know if you've been following the news, but the February bar exam was somewhat of a disaster. We've had a really hard time recruiting attorneys. I believe county council's in the same position. It's been extremely hard to recruit and retain attorneys. They are the new unicorn for us in law enforcement. A few years ago, it was investigators. Now it's attorneys for many, many reasons, probably, that we don't need to rehash right now. So the issue is that if we are able to bring on a deputy DA in mid-year, that will be 1 to 2 layoffs in my office of non-attorney staff. We are a law office. I do not like paying attorney wages to do support staff work, but the reality is we do need attorneys, and that's just how it plays out. That amount of money, the layoffs would only occur if we cannot find a way to come up with additional funding. We're already looking at grants. We're already looking at other partnerships. A lot can happen between now and January. We may have other salary savings. We may be able to move some things around in order to avoid those layoffs. I just wanted to make sure that you had that on your radar in case, there's so many in cases, right? We don't know what's going to happen in September. We don't know what's going to happen with the state budget. But I wanted to make sure it was on your radar in case that was going to happen in January, that if we find an attorney and if we can't find additional funding, that it would potentially be a couple of layoffs in my office. I have discussed this with my staff. They are aware. I don't like to surprise them with the bad news. But I want to make sure that you were aware. It's not as simple as it looks. In the meantime, we are considering what would be the long-term service impacts if we do have to go forward without an attorney. You know, I don't want to go through those all today because some of them are pretty significant. And like I said, we have been able to fill in with some really solid extra hire help. I have a retired annuitant and I have the attorney that did resign. I don't think I need to explain to you why it's important for us to have attorneys, but I do want to also put something on your radar, a burden that I'm not sure if you're all aware of, but in January, we're mandated to start doing what's called race blind charging. Some of you may have heard me speak about this, some of you not. What that means is that for the vast majority of the referrals we get from law enforcement, all the crime reports the sheriff's office takes, and Angels Camp and whatever other agencies are catching crimes in our backyard, they come to my office and we have to put them through a system in our computer that scrubs out any indication of that person's race. Okay. That includes the identification of their race. It includes their names, because apparently sometimes you can tell someone's race by their name. It includes the location, because apparently you can make a presumption about someone's race by the address, their address, the address where the crime occurs. So all of that is scrubbed out of the reports. And we have to read those reports, and it's really difficult to read and try to analyze what happened. Who is responsible? Is there a crime? When a bunch of words are redacted, right? And they'll redact in really interesting ways. It'll say, you know, the street address that's redacted. Depending on how the officers read the report, what might look like witness 1, victim 1, witness 2, man 1, man 3 in a particular report is different in a supplemental report, just by the nature of its drafting. This is extremely time consuming. We have to read all those reports, make a decision on if we're likely to charge or not likely to charge, and lock that in. Can't go back and change it. And then we have to do it again, unredacted. And if for somehow our answer is different, that we're likely to charge or not likely to charge, we have to explain why. So if you can think about that process, it's really bogging us down. It's charging is taking twice as long as it used to take. We're doing the best we can. Now, not every crime is subject to that. Murder, sex crimes, and domestic violence are not subject to the race blind charging, but everything else is. So, you know, it's been this extra burden that we've been trying to absorb since January. We did not ask for a new attorney position in order to accommodate what we knew was this extra burden coming, because the reality is we knew we probably weren't going to be able to find someone at the level of experience to do the charging in our office. So we took that on without an extra attorney. We lost an attorney in February due to a resignation, and now that is an unfilled position. But I want to thank admin for working with us on it, for giving us the flexibility to solve our own problem. You know, and I don't know what's going to happen, but I want to make sure that was on your radar in case because of the big ifs. I want to let you also know, echoing what the sheriff said, that we are at a tipping point. Any further cuts to our office are cuts to people, which are certainly going to have service impacts. Since we don't know what we're going to be looking like, I can't really share the service impacts with you. We went in with a list of service impacts when challenged by admin to come up with a 5% and 10% cuts. And like I said, we ended up working through a different process, and we are hopeful that we can manage this. But you know, it is what it is, I guess. And I wanted to let you know that that's what we're looking at. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barbara.
Jesse.
Hard to come after departments like that, but I just wanted to say something for the library. We run 8 branches and a bookmobile on 11 full-time equivalent staff. The cuts we have, the admin was a little gentle with us, but I want to be clear that of our filled benefited positions, we have 6 and we're losing one of those. We run some of our branches on 1 18-hour-a-week staff person. Further cuts to the library means getting rid of branches. We have nothing left to cut. When I came on board, I was concerned about some of the things I saw in the budget, if they were financially sustainable. I've made changes that I know that some of my staff and patrons are not entirely happy with. They're difficult changes. Change is hard for everybody. I'll give you an example. At my last system, which was 190,000 people, summer reading was $11,000. When I looked at last year's budget, we spent $20,000 for last year's summer reading at the county. It was a very popular program, but very expensive to run. And as it got more popular, it got more expensive. So summer reading this year, not counting grant funding, but summer reading paid for by the county is costing us approximately $7,000 instead of $20,000. I've looked at all of our vendor contracts. I've canceled several services. We're switching to a new library software program once our current contract runs out. And the new contract will be $7,000 a year instead of $20,000 a year. The library is doing everything it can to be fiscally responsible, to take the money we have and make the most of it to offer the best services to the community. And so I just want to be clear that there isn't anything left to cut without cutting branch hours, without cutting branches themselves. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jesse. Ms. Craddock.
Hi, Kim Craddock, Chief Probation Officer. So the cuts to probation, when I started as Chief Probation Officer 2 years ago, we did eliminate a Deputy Probation Officer position to help with the budget then. Last year, we also eliminated a Deputy Probation Officer. A lot of our budget is not general fund, although we are considered a general fund department. Unfortunately, the state's instability around probation at this time makes it very hard for us. We have 2 frozen positions right now, and because I don't know what our state revenue is going to be, I'm leaving those frozen. I'm not going to ask for those to be activated at this point. But that does impact Prop 36, the drug treatment felony. I will not be able to provide a position to provide those services at this time. Right now, the legislature has proposed to fund behavioral health, who needs the funding for that, the courts who need the funding for that, and the public defenders, but they have chosen not to fund probation to implement Prop 36. So we will not be going forward there. The governor has also requested a 30% reduction in pretrial funding for the courts, which means a 30% reduction to my pretrial budget as well. And we will probably be looking at cutting back some of those services that we provide pretrial wise at this time, which could have an impact on the jail population. Right now, we have about as many people on pretrial as there are in the jail. So I just wanted to let you know that some of those impacts and they're really out of our hands because those are all state funded entities that I have.
Thank you. Ms. Kashi.
Hi, Jennifer Kashi, Director of Integrated Waste Management. I just wanted to first thank admin staff. It's been an incredibly difficult budget season, and I understand that. And some really hard decisions have to be made, but they've been incredible to work with as far as answering questions and being collaborative. So I just want to, throw my appreciation out for that. I just wanted to bring awareness, as we just, saw the commercial fees are going to be postponed. I would like to bring awareness to my mechanic position that was previously approved by your board. Integrated Waste has purchased a service truck to support that position. Once it was realized that that position really needed to be reclassed to a program coordinator to ensure that it was aligned with the requirements and what the needs were down at Integrated Waste. That has been frozen. We do have things in place to support that position, and it would be a cost savings to us to have a mechanic in-house and perform the mechanic responsibilities that we have and the needs that we have down there. And further, as you know, it's very difficult for us to obtain equipment. It's very costly, and having a mechanic in-house prolongs the life and reduces the demand of high expense to those repairs. So my request was reclassing the engineer position into the mechanic coordinator, program coordinator, kind of a term that we're throwing around loosely because it's going to be needed to be retitled to fit the needs of IWM. But I do want that to be considered moving down the road because it is a critical position for IWM to have. And we do have, like I said, have already purchased a service truck in support of that position. And there is investment already being made in preparation for that position to be filled. So just moving forward, I would like that to be considered.
Thank you so much. Are there any other staff or department heads that would like to speak? I'd like to bring it back then, and if we could go to your board needed direction, the first slide is TOT distribution.
Yes.
I'd like to hand the gavel over to Supervisor Stopper. As I'm a employee of the Visitors Bureau, I will step out and recuse myself from this TOT discussion. Sorry.
Okay with me holding?
Oh, wow. Don't forget the back in. That's a lot of trust.
Well, we may be out there a while.
Yeah.
We'll call you back.
I'll grab some lunch.
Denise.
So Ms. Huebner, could you pull up the TOT distribution slide so that everyone can see exactly how that fund is distributed? Yes, absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah, to page 78.
So I believe the slide that's currently up is on packet page 476.
I'm sitting there.
No worries.
We're getting her to the right page on her.
So the historic distribution for TOT has been 25% of total TOT dollars to fire, 25% of total TOT dollars to sheriff, a public works contribution of $627,184 for maintenance of effort. The Calaveras Visitors Bureau at one time was getting 25%, but if you'll remember in a prior budget discussion, they had reduced their funding request down to $400,000. Which left a leftover balance. That's where that fund equity that Ms. Huebner indicated earlier is rolling over into general fund this year. So I think the other issue that we have with TOT distribution is for the past 2 years, we've also been making a $50,000 contribution to the chamber, the Calaveras Chamber. So that's something that your board would need to consider. When the chamber originally approached, it was meant to be a one-time contribution, but it has become the last 2 years, the board has authorized that. So we weren't sure if that was something that the board wanted to continue this year. If so, we would need to either take it from the transfer to general fund, which again will reduce the amount going into county capital, or at that point, the 50,000, we would actually need to take money out of county capital to make the budget whole. So that is the discussion that we're looking for right now.
Got finger on the trigger.
Well, yeah, I just want to make, this is the forecast. So we're basically it's based on percentages. The numbers are presented here as in the past. We may not get this much TOT or we may not get, or we may get more. It depends on how it goes in the year. So this is basically percentages, but the numbers are there from based off the last year of our forecast for this year.
They're based on a forecast. You are absolutely correct.
Okay.
And it could be better, or it could definitely be lower.
Board members? Do you have anything else to follow up on that, Denise?
No, I don't. I mean, we could look at doing a different type of model where you gave a set dollar amount. But we would still would probably need to consider the caveat that the revenue needs to exceed the dollar amount that we hand out. You could also explore paying some other expenses out of this account that are being paid from other accounts, such as the CDF dispatch contract that's currently being paid out of county contributions. And using some of the allocation of TOT distribution, that would be a general fund savings.
I have a question. You know, in the prior year, you had the $400,000 from the Visitors Bureau, you know, that had been conceded. In talks with them and with their excess of money in there, is there room that they're willing to give to work with us right now in changing that?
So they did present some reductions that they could make this year. One was to give up a contract that they have for
Placer AI,
place.
$30,000. They had identified a $50,000 cut and a $100,000 cut, and the impacts to what that would look like for the CBB. The first 50,000 was a contract for Placer AI that they used with the city, I guess in conjunction with the city. And then they would also need to eliminate one part-time employee for 20,000. So that total is 50.
So a total of 150 with
No,
two.
total of that first two items is
Oh,
50, 30,
right.
24, so just over 50. And then they also identified another 50% or $50,000 cut, which would be closing the Murphy's office and 2 part-time employees and a reduction in print ads.
So these are things they put on the table for consideration that they could continue to operate to a certain degree, but this would also affect their services
Yeah.
to a certain degree.
That is correct.
So I just heard no and I heard yes on 100,000 or 150,000. What is the total they're willing to work with?
The total is 150.
All right. Did you have a sheet up here that you could show us what those are so that we can visualize it?
I do not.
I thought that would be good that we have that since it was on the table.
I have a question.
Okay.
Do you have where they are currently on their budget, 400,000 from last year? We've got like 3 weeks left, you know.
I do. What I do know is they carry approximately 6-month reserves in their coffers, which is pretty standard for a nonprofit, which means their operational budget is running. They're not depositing lots of money into their coffers. They're staying right about that 250,000. But no, I do not know the CBB's expenditures and revenue.
So you're saying reserves on this budget particularly because their reserves is much more than 250,000.
No, 150. The reserves that we've seen in their budget was 150,000, which is only a 6-month operating budget.
That's
Yeah.
total amount in their reserve, total.
Yes. Yeah, they use
In previous years that they've.
that's
don't know
what
if that's
communicated to us.
I thought it was 500,000.
I could be wrong, but my recollection is that the fact that there was that higher balance is how they were able to take the reduction, because it used to be 25% of TOT, so I think they used that to backfill that, if I remember calling correctly. But it's been a while.
No.
So they're willing to go down to 300,000 if they have to.
They communicated to our office that 350, they still feel like they could maintain a lot of what they're currently doing right now, that going down to 300 would be a significant impact, but if the board directs that.
And the 300 would be closing the Murphy's office.
Right.
And the two positions.
Yes,
Correct.
But if they do the 350,
it's the placer AI and one part-time employee.
Let's just cut everything.
um,
how many offices do they have in the county?
Two that I'm aware of, one
Yeah,
in
one in Angels
Angels
and
and one in Murphy's.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, all on that side. And then I'm aware, I don't see the $50,000 for the chamber up there that was
No, that's.
represented. So you didn't.
I know when the first year the chamber was approved, it was,
This side they do.
the first time the chamber was approved, the first year, it was, the board had communicated that that was a one-time funding, and then the next year they.
Would take a look at it is what we communicated. We weren't saying it was the only time. We're saying this time we would like to do this, and then we'll take another look at it the next year and see where we're at.
Yeah, the direction is to add it back in. We would just need to know where to reduce from for that 50,000 within the other allocations.
I have a quick question, since we're going through this, normally, up on the screen. We, as we go through them, we would put it up there so we know where we're at, if it's a minus or it's an add or whatever, so when we get to the end, we can see, do you have that we can put up there?
Spreadsheet I can pull up.
Whether we're gonna
I can
add to your
share
budget or minus from the, yeah, you do have, I just wanna make sure when we get to the end, we can look at it all, what we've, so we can.
Right.
Any change, okay. That was my question.
Okay, so that's part of the consideration. I'm just saying, this is within our working realm. I'm not saying I'm one way or the other yet. But so we got a possible 50,000 plus for chamber if we decided we want to put that back in, or we could leave it the same as recommended. And then we also have you said a couple different things, so I want to make sure. Total possible that the Visitors Bureau was willing to concede was 100,000? 100,000, okay.
Two sets of 50,000.
Oh, two sets and 50, that's where I got confused. I was like 100 or 150, okay. Just want to make sure. Good.
You can cut them 151.
Carrie.
I wouldn't vote for it, but.
Right, yeah, no, I just could make myself look like the bad guy and then you can be the savior. We're good. I have those questions so far. Any other supervisors have any comments? Or questions? Not yet? All right. So are we ready to let some public comment happen on the TOT taxes?
Sure.
Okay. Dana.
Hi, I'm Dana Nichols, Chairman of the San Andreas Fire Protection District, and we are a pretty frugal organization. We did have that tax measure passed that helped. But basically, it allows us to pay minimum wage for the first time. So we actually can have 3 paid firefighters on the engine 24/7. And we're part of public safety, and there are times when the sheriff's deputies call us to assist in various ways, whether providing medical services or sometimes assisting with cleanup after critical incidents. And yet, like I said, we're pretty frugal. We don't, in my district, we're not paying them benefits. They're getting basically minimum wage, just barely over it. And they don't get a retirement, they don't get health insurance. So I feel like we're providing a service in a very lean, efficient way. Really, we need that little bit of TOT that we get. It's not a lot, but it's enough to prevent us from either reducing staffing or reducing the maintenance of equipment. And I don't have a lot more to say than that. It's really an essential service, and I hope you can continue to support it at the level that you are supporting it. And there may be some other folks who have something to say too. Thank you.
Mike.
Hey, good morning. I think it's still morning. Mike Johnson, Evans Pass Fire Chief, and also the city president for the Calaveras Fire Chiefs Association. We provided a letter last week. Hopefully you all got it. So it takes, your fire districts that make up what I like to call the county fire department, because we don't have the county fire department. So we try to do that and unify our message with you and talk about the funding. So the only thing that's been discussed in the consensus of all of our folks here is to maintain, the funding of the 25% of the TOT, for example, as we see it up here. We haven't discussed other options. We understand the authority of the county and the board. These are discretionary. We also have talked about at length the original ballot language, fire specifically at 25%. We still believe strongly in that. We also know there are other things you can move, and you don't need our input for that. So if there were to be, a consensus other than us protecting all the funding or asking you to maintain that, we would be happy to go back and discuss that. We have not done any of that, strategically or anything along those lines. So I feel like if it was brought up today to reduce funding, we would need an opportunity, or would love to ask for the opportunity to discuss what that may be. But here today before you, I'm asking to maintain the 25% of the TOT. Thank you.
Good morning. I'll talk a little louder because I can't hear some of the stuff that we're saying, but to the board, to everybody behind here, I know there's some tough decisions, and I can see it in their faces. I can hear when people talk. For me, I'm standing in front of you as a fire chief. My name's Rich Dickinson. I've been the chief for Calaveras Consolidated for 9 years. I have 9 board members watching me right now because I have 9 board members. Every firefighter's watching wherever that camera is. I think it's right there. And they're concerned. And at the end of the day, when I came here 9 years ago, Calaveras Consolidated, where we were, where we are, and where I need to go, it's about putting boots on the ground when it's your worst day, when you need that fire engine, when you make that 911 call, will the doors go up? Will the engine go out? I think I'm the only one to stand in front of Channel 3 News, Channel 10, Channel 40, I think about a year ago, maybe a little longer, when we closed the downtown fire station. Down here in Valley Springs, trying to pass any measure whatsoever, very, very difficult. So we're able to get the community to buy in. And with that buying in, I am trying to make sure that I dot my I's and I cross my T's, that I'm very fiscal responsible on what we can spend. I do have firefighters that are a union now. They want. And unfortunately, again, I have 9 board members and I got to make sure that I can pay the bills. Gas has gone up, fuel's gone up, insurance, it's out of control. So for everybody that says, hey, you won your measure, you should have all the money in the world. Well, I'm sorry, folks, it doesn't work that way. At the end of the day, you have the money now, but as you talk about the state, what's going on right now, and the ups and downs, measure A, 1 year, we might have a ton of money. The next year she might dip, right? And right now what I'm seeing, it scares me. So for the TOT that you want to cut, I understand, but I'm not happy about it because it's going to cut a firefighter. They don't get PERS. You think they make 100 grand? I'm not going to tell you what they make, right? I'm not even going to talk about that because they're watching me. But that money is critical. On my steak, there's no fat left on it. It's coming down to a body. Is there things that in the board here that I don't like? As a 64-year-old member taxpayer, cannabis, I don't get it. But it costs me a lot of time and effort to make sure that whatever we have to do, the inspections, permits, I think we need to be more smarter on how we do our things that we do. What I'm going to ask is the fire chief down there. I got a lot of developers talking to me. Doug and I talked about, might not be talking to him right now, but there's the only way rural America is going to get better. And I'm sorry, you know that most of you know I worked at Fremont for 32 years. With that, when I went there in 85, a lot of dirt. The Bay Area builds, they build, and that brings in property taxes. With the property taxes, you have money to spend. You can't spend money if you're not having any money coming in, right? You can't have property tax down here, but spend everything else on this. It's not smart spending. So I'm going to ask all of you, in the future, there's developers coming. And if people don't like it down in Valley Springs, take all the billboards down and say commercial, commercial, commercial. They've been there as long as I know. And help me down there grow a little bit, which is going to help you. doing it the smart way. Tough decision. Sorry for everybody else back here. Sorry if I'm talking loud, but yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Don?
Don Young, Fire Chief for the San Andreas Fire Protection District. Got 35 years, folks. 35 years of doing this, and I've seen in amounts of the changes in this county. San Andreas Fire Protection District right now is not really growing other than in county buildings. I'm constantly getting new proposals for new buildings and everything that go in. And to date, our fire district receives nothing to provide those services. We just got our folks up to a point where they're making a decent amount of money. For the longest time, myself and the district would provide to make sure that the firefighters would have enough food for their evening meals and things along that line. We need the monies that we get. I feel bad. The folks that's been in here and talking about the cuts that they have to make. But think about this. If we cut one person from the fire engine, that's one less person we have to go in and make that life-saving rescue if that's needed. One less person that could be working auto extrication equipment or the other apparatus and things that we have to use on a daily basis. I've got 9 of the most fantastic men and women that anybody would ever want to meet on my fire protection district, and I want to protect them. It's not about me. They could take my salary away from me tomorrow, and that wouldn't matter at all. I care about my personnel. So your consideration would be greatly appreciated if we can leave all or at least a portion of the TOT monies on the table for the fire protection district. Thank you.
Mike?
Honorable Board, Mike Delordo, among other things, Fire Chief of McCallum. I understand you have a great issue, but I'd like to point out history and the strength of Calaveras County. When every other county in the state cut their libraries, that year Calaveras County built 5. 2 years. We have strength. You need to focus on what the voters want. We're seeing a big change in Washington, and we may see a change in California because the people that are representing the people weren't representing what the people wanted. You are aware that Prop 172 was passed by the voters, and it was for public safety. You are aware that the TOT was passed by the voters of Calaveras County for the 4 breakups that they did. The voters approved a 1% sales tax for the fire districts. Go with your voters. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Scott Herzog. I'm the fire chief at Copperopolis Fire Protection District, probably the youngest one here in the room of the chiefs, and have recently been immersed in being a manager. In these past 4 years, I came into a struggling budget and have learned how to create and be creative on how to keep our folks in place. I believe wholeheartedly all the rest of the chiefs here, we live in the black and white in the sense of this is the path. There is no gray area. We maintain our budget and we spend it accordingly. At the end of the day, we're trying to get more boots on the ground for our community in Copperopolis, and to provide a nominal wage to these employees to get them there. I personally rely heavily on the TOT funds to help augment the staffing as well as our equipment, facilities, and repairs. I hope that moving forward, we can retain that 25%. If that opportunity comes up where there is a reduction, to invite us chiefs to the board to have that constructive meeting with you, much like the other department heads. But all in all, at the end of the day, we're here to support our communities and our county as well. And I look forward to hoping to work with you guys in the future. Thank you.
Comment?
My name is Christopher Budner, publisher of Calaveras 2026election.com. I'm registering an informed evidence-backed challenge into this meeting's public record specific to agenda item 26, the fiscal year 2025-26 CEO recommended budget coming before the board for approval on June 24th, 2025. I challenge CEO Hitchcock's fiduciary standard of care as demonstrated by her recommended budget allocation of $400,000 to the Calaveras Visitors Bureau for fiscal year 2025-26. The CVB is contractually eligible through the end of fiscal year 26-27 to receive an annual allocation of public funding from Calaveras County's transient occupancy tax. At issue is Hitchcock's knowledge and dismissal of the persistent contractual misrepresentation of the CVB's nonprofit legal type, falsely stated in the tourism promotion agreement to be a public benefit nonprofit corporation. Ms. Hitchcock, the CVB is a mutual benefit nonprofit corporation. It is not a public benefit nonprofit corporation. District 3 Supervisor and Board Chair Martin Huberty has a fiduciary duty to Calaveras County and has sworn an oath of office. The CVB, a nonprofit corporation led by Executive Director Huberty since June 2019, also requires his fiduciary duties to be performed with a standard of care and competence on behalf of the CVB's Board of Directors. During Huberty's first 2 years as Executive Director from June 2019 to July 2021, the CVB's legal nonprofit type was a public benefit nonprofit corporation. Under Huberty's leadership as Executive Director in 2021, the CVB petitioned the state of California to change its legally registered type to a mutual benefit nonprofit corporation. From July 12, 2021 onward, upon the CVB having received approval from the California Department of Justice and registering the CVB's legal type with the California Secretary of State, the CVB has been a mutual benefit nonprofit corporation and operated for 3 years without legally required bylaws. Earlier, I provided you with a refresher on substantial legal distinctions between two types of nonprofit corporations, informing you that County Counsel Edwards invites legal consequences for the county if this board approves funding for the CVB without first having transparently corrected the CVB's nonprofit corporation type on the tourism promotion agreement. The substantial legal distinctions between nonprofit corporation types are the basis of my informed concern and allegation of persistent misrepresentation by the CVB of its legal type in the tourism promotion agreement with the county. In conclusion, the parade of Calaveras County government departments expressing financial concerns during today's budget hearing is now a wake-up call for Calaveras County employees to call for a one-day general strike and protest against this administrative incompetence and malfeasance. Thank you.
I see your public works is going to get 24%. And I also see that there's a bathroom remodel in Building E for $450,000. My vote is to give that money to the fire department. Thank you.
We do have online public comment.
Thank you.
Alex, go ahead and speak, please.
Yes, good morning. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. I did provide a letter to this effect, but I would like this voiced at public comment so the public can hear as well. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Alex Bloom, and I serve as the Economic Development Manager for Motherlode Job Trading and the Central Sierra Economic Development District. I'd like to offer a few brief comments today regarding the important role that Kathy Galino has played in Calaveras County and the Central Sierra region's economic and community development efforts. Kathy is widely recognized across the region for her professionalism, strategic thinking, and collaborative approach. In my work throughout the region, I have repeatedly seen her support projects that strengthen local business, expand broadband access, and connect Calaveras to vital state and federal funding opportunities. She is an active and respected voice in regional economic development initiatives, and her leadership has been crucial in ensuring that rural counties like Calaveras are not left behind. Kathy's presence has also been instrumental in multi-county efforts, such as the Sierra Jobs First initiative. Her ability to navigate complex programs while maintaining community trust and transparency has brought tangible benefits to Calaveras County and the region at large. This is not a comment of advocacy, but one of record. As you deliberate on the future direction of economic development in Calaveras County, I hope that the board considers the value that Kathy brings, not only through her technical knowledge, but through the trust and partnerships she has cultivated on behalf of the county. I'd also like to advise this board, as I was surprised to see that CSED's membership, the Central Sierra Economic Development District's membership, was on the potential line items for funding changes. I do believe that the Central Sierra Economic Development District does bring quite a bit of value to Calaveras County. It engages Calaveras County in a number of regional economic grant activities, including a CASIF broadband infrastructure grant, Sierra Jobs First planning and sector navigation, unlocks a potential partnership with Clear that will unlock almost or between $2 and $3 million in funding. And CSED is also currently pursuing 3 other grants that will unlock between $2 and $3 million of funding that will support economic prosperity in Calaveras County. Thank you very much for your time, board.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll bring this TOT discussion back to the board. I'd like to make a suggestion if there's no other comments from the rest of the board. But I do have one more question. Can you repeat the CDF dispatch situation back to me so I can understand that fully?
County pays the CDF dispatch contract out of county contributions. The contract amount is just over $450,000 this upcoming fiscal year. We are offsetting that with about $60,000 in county fire fund balance. So there is $400,000, just under $400,000. It's like $398,000 being used of discretionary general fund dollars to pay for that contract at this time.
I have a question. Is that mandated by the county to pay?
We do have an agreement in place. I would have to review the agreement to see the terms.
Okay. So my question is to fire, I mean, we're trying to figure out budget. Yeah, Mike, I mean, can you, with your TOT?
Yeah, so I think there's a portion of cigarette tax that is earmarked for fire prevention that doesn't get passed along to the fire agencies, and that's been part of a long time verbal agreement that it would be leveraged into the dispatching contract as well. Unsure of what that percentage of monies comes through to the county, but I know that that has been a portion of that. As you're correct, the county fire that still lives from the olden days of county fire also gets leveraged into that. So I think there's some other funding mechanisms that we are like, okay, we don't need the dollars and cents as long as that continues to get paid for the county fire dispatching. So I don't have exact numbers, but there are some details into that go way back when. I think some of our legacy members might even have a better insight, but that's my understanding.
Oh, looking right at me.
Hey, you're looking at me.
Legacy.
Thank you.
Don. Oh.
Mr. Delaware will have some history.
I've been trying to find out where that code is for the county fire that's been carried on since the previous century. Because that's where the money's getting paid out for the dispatch services, and I can never figure out where it is. So somewhere along the line, I would like to know where that fund number is.
Okay.
Thank you.
You are what he's talking about, Denise.
Yeah, 11301760.
Oh, okay. You can watch the video and get that again, Mike. She's on it. So with that aside, I see a total of $214,000 that's going back, transferred back in, or was it 200? I can't, here, I gotta put on my glasses. I'm sorry. I could look at my own thing right here. Yeah, okay. I would ask the board for consideration that the Visitors Bureau did talk about the $100,000. I don't want to go that distance with them. What I would like to do is use $50,000 of that for the chamber once again. Because they do not have an office on this side of the county and it is not represented.
I would support that. I was gonna bring that up, but yeah, I would support that.
Did it have to come out of TOT? I mean, we've got other savings in here that we could apply to.
That's my suggestion is
That's why we're gonna put it all up at the end and then we can go back
Right.
through it.
right, yeah.
I'd
I would like to make that suggestion. Now, if it's someplace else that we can make it work later on, then I'm totally open to a different suggestion. But for now, that's where I'm reaching.
No.
Okay.
I would support that and I would like to keep the other percentage status quo.
Yeah,
The other percentage is
recommended.
Status quo.
Recommended.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
That's the only thing I was looking for right now. So that everything else is status quo. For the time being, until we make a decision as the board at the end. So that's. Right now, we have 3 yes for that one change.
No. Oh,
And
we
one no.
I mean, if the sheriff's department is taking more cuts, I mean, I really want to continue the conversation with the other groups on what that's gonna look like and the CAL FIRE dispatch. And I think there's other ways to do that.
I hear you, I hear you, Ms. Fullendorf. And I also think that at this time, moving forward into December, we're gonna actually get actuals. We'll be more cognizant of where we're actually sitting, and at that time, there's gonna be more changes to this that we're gonna have to consider, so.
No, I'm just afraid if we don't say no, it's gonna be harder to say no later in the year. And it's gonna be more drastic.
So you're against giving 50,000 of TOT to the chamber? Is that, your status quo, what the CEO is recommending is where you're at on this?
Yeah, I mean, if the visitors bureau wants to give up that amount, but for me, it's not to give it to another entity, it's to help with the contingencies for the general fund in a whole.
Well, I hear you on that, but at the same time, there's another $50,000 for the general fund whole. And again, that could change in September, but I think that placeholder is important.
So you got 2-1.
Well, that's
So-
where we're at right now. That's the.
Yeah,
But
Put it up there.
I think we need the board, the 4 of you to give direction on TOT so that.
so we can move forward with the rest.
So 3-1.
That's what I'm working on. And we're just we're having a discussion, Sarah.
No, I know. I just want to make sure that this discussion wraps cleanly, at
Oh,
least for
yes,
the moment.
before
So
the other
that,
one.
Yeah, well, we did get a 3-1 position on it
Yeah.
at this time.
Yeah,
So
that's a recommendation.
That's it. Everything else status quo.
50,000 reduction to CBB and 50,000 allocation to chamber.
and
Yes.
otherwise what is proposed here.
Another.
And otherwise, what is proposed for the time being?
Otherwise, everything's changed, is all the same.
Yep.
No.
Recommended by the CEO.
And the same amounts going towards general fund, the 214, and I will not make my bid for the parks this year because,
Yeah.
yeah.
Right.
So if the
Bring,
TOT discussion is concluded, we have a motion on that. Can we bring the chair back in for the rest of the budget discussion?
I guess. I mean, I kind of like holding the gavel, but. Absolutely, absolutely.
wake him up. I'm just saying it's on.
But it wouldn't be part of the next discussion. And so I would like to bring up the next item, which is the funding level for appropriations dispersed to external entities. Of course, CVB is on here since they do receive a TOT allocation, but the board has just decided on that. And this is where Central Sierra Economic Development was making their comment about seeing it on the budget discussion. All of these are in the budget currently. This is only for consideration if your board would like to make any changes to these allocations, which you just did for the Visitors Bureau. But if any of these other organizations that the board currently funds, the ones that are in gray are ones where we have actual agreements. So we would, so those cannot be changed at this time. Just to let the board know kind of why we have highlighted those in gray. But the rest of them are certainly at your board's discretion if you want to make any changes or not.
One of the highlighted, I know I brought it up with staff and Supervisor Toffenelli. I am worried about LAFCO over the next 1 to 2 year increase allocation from the jurisdictions due to current recruitment process. So I just want to make that comment. We can keep it status quo, but with the expectation that that might change over the next 2 years, depending on where we're at with hiring a new executive director. I think we have enough in reserves to help both jurisdictions with a transition over the next 2 years with that process, but just want to make sure that's on record. And then the other, I am willing to give up at least mine. I can't speak for the rest of the board, but the line item that says district allocation new, I'm fine with eliminating out of my district for this year and putting it towards another entity on this. And one of the, for example, Meals on Wheels. So, but I don't need that coming back into my district allocations. I'm willing to give that up. Adding to it, the new district allocation, new. I don't need new. We need to use what we already have.
It'll say district 1, 2, 3, and 5 allocations.
Yes, Ben.
Oh.
Are there any other line items people want to take a look at?
I mean, I think we already discussed the other items.
I think we've discussed.
We
yeah.
discussed the other items in the previous discussion. For example, trimming the dispatch.
Right.
That was a conversation in the last, before you came back in.
And just to reiterate, these amounts are in the budget currently. It's only if the board chooses to make a change that we would need to know that.
So did you want to make that change then?
Yeah, I would like to, at least for mine, if you're gonna, for district allocation, new, you can move that down to 20,000.
Okay. Any other notes?
Okay.
And we're on to additional direction needed for special districts cost recovery. Review leases and restructuring county departments.
Some of those special districts are financially strapped right now.
The model we'd like to explore is actually a model where special districts, we get a certain number of services or transactions for free because we do recognize that a lot of the special districts don't have the funds to pay for basic.
Right.
But we'd like the approval to be able to explore what that would look like and bring it back to the board. So.
Well, we do provide services. One of them is county council provides services to these districts because financially they can't afford an attorney.
Right.
That's right. I think, yeah, and speaking with my colleagues across the state, I think we might be the only county counsel's office that doesn't charge anything to special districts for our services. I understand why, for the reasons you've said. What I could do if it's the board's direction, we do keep track of the hours that my office spends for all the various special districts. So I mean, what we could do, as Ms. Huebner said, there are different models where maybe X number of hours per year, there wouldn't be a charge, and it would only be if it went over that. And what we could do is present that data to the board so that you have a sense of what the actual usage has been over the past several years. So I mean, that's something that we could certainly present those numbers if the board were to give direction to explore this.
I'm open to that.
Yeah, I am as well.
I'm open to that too.
So I can absolutely work with admin to pull those numbers together and then present something to the board.
You could bring that back September, that budget, or before then. Whenever.
So these are ideas for ongoing cost reductions. Again, we kind of bought this year with some of the one-time funding that we brought into this budget. These are things that we'd like to look at potentially for next year. So it would not be something necessarily included in this year's budget. We're just looking at where we might be able. So look into all three of them, because we would not do anything without bringing it back to your board for consideration and decision making.
All right. Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean we'll end up doing one thing or the other until we vote on it as a board, but we need to see what the benefits or loss is throughout that. Okay. All right. And then number two,
The
right?
number 2 point is review leases and other contracts to maximize the county's return on investment.
Oh, those are all in number one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I just said all
Okay.
three of them. Yes,
Okay.
please.
So number 2 is the Mountain Ranch Park Sewer Project.
When that originally came to board, Mr. Munoz had estimated it to be about $30,000. We then got a proposal that came in less than that. I think it came in about 13,000. I think staff can, 13,000. Unfortunately, the way that the design was on that, when they went to go dig the sewer up, what they thought was the septic tank, what they thought was the septic tank was actually just like a lid, and the septic tank was much lower, which requires whole new leach lines and other work be done on it. Since it's over the 25,000 CIP threshold, we're required to capitalize that project in our CIP account. It can't just be done through facilities maintenance. So that requires a board approval to add it to our CIP account.
Comes back.
So because it's on the CIP list, is it coming out of, even though it's on the CIP list, is it coming out of
County
Parks and Rec?
capital.
It is gonna come out of.
Unless you guys would direct Parks and Rec. Parks and Rec has about 150,000. In contingencies, which I know I spoke earlier, I would recommend that you use 20,000 of that for some grant analyst hours if your board directs us to do that. But that would leave about 130,000 in Parks and Rec contingencies. Money was dedicated towards not only the plan, but also potential staffing. But then the decision was made to do the plan prior to staffing. So that staffing funds is still held in the contingency line item.
My question on top of that, we already approved $13,000. So this is a separate approval, but you don't have like a difference. But we do have to re-encumber them out because it's not going to be done until next year. So please iron that out. So the 13,000 is going back into the fund.
So the 13,000 was to be paid, I believe, out of facilities budget, which is just general fund. At the end of the year, all general fund appropriations just roll into the general fund and have to be reappropriated.
Right.
So because
So
it's not being used, and that rollover balance goes into capital, so it's essentially.
Did some work though, Denise, because they had to figure out how bad the situation was before they came back and said, oh, it's gonna be $30,000 again. So how much did we spend to get to that point?
That number. It's a minimal amount for what the design was.
Okay, so they were just doing an investigative process at that point when they filled it.
I received a bill from the contractor that went out to do the digging, but I don't anticipate it being anywhere close to the 13. The contractor that did the original plan did redo the plans and did that at no cost to us.
Really?
Mhm.
So an engineered septic system with no engineering.
Oh, you weren't here at the last, were you here?
I
Was that
wasn't here
not,
the last meeting.
wasn't it abnormal? When they lifted up, it was
It is-
abnormal.
it's-
That's what they had.
Maybe 4 feet lower than what would.
No, I understand the concept in that and everything. I'm talking about the process of doing a engineered septic, and part of that is the actual engineering on the cost. So he redid the plans and everything, and we're still paying $30,000 on it.
So
Cause
his
generally that's what it costs.
So his estimate on the original project was between $24,000 and $26,000. Our quote, with the quote that we went with was the lowest quote, which he was a qualified vendor. And this isn't the vendor's fault. And then upon digging, found out the issues that we had, came back to the engineer who did the plans. He revised the plans now with the new information.
I got it.
Cost. And his new estimate for the project is $30,000. So we would like to budget up to the $30,000. We don't have a cost yet for the work from a contractor because we would want to make sure that that's the board's direction to continue to move forward with the project. Does that make sense?
Yeah, okay,
Okay.
that makes sense on the process now, but I have one other question. What are we doing right now? Okay, two parts to this question. First of all, when are the leases up for this and how are we going through that? And second of all, what are we doing in the interim with that septic being filled with people using the park?
So the leases expire at the end of this month and there is an item coming forward to your board next meeting. For a lease, which happens to be with an entity that's already occupying part of the park. And then asking for direction on the other portion of the park from your board. So that's the first part. Then
We'll be given direction on both when we either approve or not approve.
Yep,
the
it's
lease,
both back in one item, and so it's for you guys to give direction on. And then as far as the bathrooms, it's maintaining status quo as of right now, that if there's large events, they're to get porta potties, so nothing has changed in that regard.
Provides the porta potties in that instance.
I believe it would be the entity. It's not the county.
Thank you, Autumn. Yeah, I appreciate it.
So for example, the Mountain Ranch 4-H group did a chili cook-off. They brought in their own porta potty. The bathrooms are opened at times and minimal usage. When there's like the men's softball league and the women's softball league coming up, it's going to be they won't be able to be opened, obviously.
Right, yeah, those people drink a lot.
And this is very unattractive to us trying to secure these leases. You know, some of the conversations I'm having in the community are very unstable with not knowing what they're looking at the park. So we're trying hard right now. I think they're holding off on booking any more events. I don't think there's a whole lot planned because they don't, want to offer services that aren't available. We don't want huge groups there using porta potties. So it's kind of stalled waiting on this decision.
You don't want them using porta potties?
Many groups don't want to rent it. They don't want to do that.
yeah.
They don't.
Gotcha.
It's a big ask, like for men's softball, it goes for months.
Right. Okay, I got you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have some concerns. Since we've already ran into a problem and it's now gone back and it gave us another bid for it. And so what happens, he starts getting into it and all of a sudden he has another problem. And this increases from 30,000 to 40,000 because he didn't realize this and he didn't realize that, and that wasn't working and going forward. So he needs to put in a whole new system, and there's a bid for that. And I mean, this could be coming back to us. Even though we allocate and we spend 30,000, and they're gonna come back and say, well, we're halfway done. We spent the 30,000. We need another 30,000.
So I want to clarify, I probably wasn't clear enough. We have not gone back to the contractor yet. As soon as we found out that that there was an issue with the original plans, we went right back to the engineer and got a revise. But we want a decision from your board if you want us to pursue anything else. So we have not gone back to the vendor. We're going off of the engineer's estimate, which is right in line with what his estimate was originally, and then the addition of what's expected. And he gave us a line item detail of that. So with your budget, we would go back out to find out it is a revised quote. It's a revised project. It's not a change order. We could, at your direction, if you would like us to bring back a change order like we've done in the past, doing the findings that it makes sense for this contractor to continue, or if you would like us to receive more quotes, we could do that as well.
Wait. Go ahead. Sorry, Gary. I just realized.
Okay, and I understand completely what you're saying. But I'm thinking that it could be a change order coming back if we give this out and the contractor says $30,000, and it could be a change order once he gets into it. So that's my concern. And I understand we need something for the park. We can't just let this go the way it is. I understand. But and I don't have a problem doing this. I'm just have the concerns once we get into it, because we really haven't got into it. All we did was take a cover off and say, oh, no. It's just, I think we need to make sure that once he goes out and starts looking at it and we have facilities there, that we don't start coming back and it's all the way up to here.
So we have Kevin, who's amazing at helping manage our contracts, and I have to say, we met with the engineer on this project, and he was very knowledgeable, and we sat down exactly how we got to where we are, why we didn't know that this was the type of septic system that was in place, what could have been done differently, and then where we move forward from here. So I with confidence would say that there would have to be something pretty extreme unforeseen in order to dictate a change order. The engineer seems pretty set that it's a pretty simple project per se, now that we know the conditions that we're in and what's needed. There is a pump now needed because of the slope and everything that's in, but he's not
Some of the
unforeseen.
leach lines
He's not
And the leach lines
foreseeing
need to be redone.
crazy
Yeah.
things.
Yeah, but anything on a leach line past 5 feet from the tank needs to be re-engineered anyways. But there's something you said to me that just rang a bell for me, and I think it kind of helps. Is originally the engineer estimated the cost of the project to be $24,000 to $26,000. The guy bidding came in and said he would do it for
It was like 12,500.
12,500. And this guy's a single guy working. He's not paying prevailing wage. He's paying himself and everything. But right. No, that's this thing. It's not paying anyone else. Yeah. I mean, but this said, Gary, is they haven't gotten a bid from him again. So he could come in at the under the $30,000, which, you know, is one thing or another, but we're going to the max amount again. And then what will the bid be?
So I think that that's the direction we're looking for, is do you want this budgeted at the 30,000, and then we can bring back contracts to you, like we did last time, if that's what you're.
I want to sit here and not put $30,000 on it, and I want to get a bid on the project and find out what it's going to cost us.
If like you said, he said originally 12, now he sees we committed 30. I want $30,000 for it. And that could be an underestimate, which I'm trying to say. Is there any way, I know we're going into the 24th, we have to have all this, because we'll be spending the money starting July 1st. It's kind of a dilemma here.
We could always
Committee.
bring it back as a standalone item if
Can
the
we
board so
bring it-
wishes that. to be the
Can we
case.
say 20,000 right now? And bring it back and we have another discussion on the 24th?
We can establish the budget at 20,000 and then all of our CIP projects, the new projects are always an estimate of what costs are gonna be at that point in which we estimate costs. We don't have any contracts or items in place.
Yeah,
I would be in favor of doing that right now. And then
we're micromanaging and baby stepping it for you, but you know, I think overall, a majority of the board's concerns are prevalent.
concerns, absolutely, yeah. We don't want to put the public in a situation that's not healthy. So maybe between now and the 24th, you could have him get a bid and see what his bid is. Okay.
That would be awesome.
So I'm just clarifying the direction. The direction is to budget the project at the $20,000 level, get bids. If they exceed that amount, bring the project back to the board for consideration.
I can back that one if that's Gary.
And I just want to clarify that the funding source will be county capital.
Would be out of district three's fund, there's $65,000 in the.
Well, and on that question, how much, as we start adding more stuff to county capital, is this taken away from the animal shelter? I mean, we have other priorities in county capital that we've established, and the more we keep adding, I'm worried it's gonna take away from something else.
So
Because we are not allocating more,
That
I mean, we just said we wanted to keep all these other things at status quo. What are we willing to sacrifice? Is it really gonna be that? And I wanna make sure that those projects are safe as we keep adding more that we can't even afford.
our office has concern too, because we do pay for all of our maintenance projects also out of county capital, which are, it's an average of about $2 million a year. So if we're not putting in $2 million of fund balance every year, which this is kind of the downfall of not carrying a deficit, is when we carried a large structural deficit, we had a large rollover fund balance. Now that our budgets are really tight, we don't have large rollover fund balance building these accounts. And so the mechanism in which we build them at some point is gonna need to be.
But then we get into a position where somebody spends down that because they can't. And then we don't necessarily have that rollover balance too. So I mean, finding the budget has a double-edged blade, definitely. It cuts both ways.
And we've been more and more maintenance on these facilities countywide that really, do we really need to be, do we need to continue? I mean, and that's later on, but I'm worried about it because it's 30,000, like Gary was saying, can turn into 50,000, can turn into 100. And now what are we taking away from other priorities that we've been working, especially staff, on years for? For what?
Do we need to look at properties across the county? I thought you had that in here. I'm sorry. I thought that was something that should be with the additional direction needed on number 1 in the future is like, we own a lot of county properties that aren't necessarily being used at all. And at some point, can we recover?
Yeah, but in the meantime, that's gonna take a year probably to review. In the meantime, we're adding more money.
Right. No,
There's an offset.
You're absolutely right, Amanda, but I mean, that's.
And to what I was saying about this could go further, but at the same time, I think we need to keep an eye on it and facilities keep an eye on it. The issue is we have children in that park. As you said, there's little kids playing baseball there or little league. We have adults playing baseball and softball league. This is a big environmental issue for those people. And if it was something other that we were talking about, I could understand, but I really think we have an obligation to not expose our constituents to something that could be a big issue environmentally and health wise to them.
You're right.
You never know what a child's gonna go do and just so.
And we're downhill from there.
Yeah. And so I said 20,000 because we were based on 12,000 and the estimate went up only by 4,000. The engineer from 6,000 to 30,000. So this would be 8,000 over his 12. So possibly 20,000. We'll see what he says and comes back with. And we can move on from there. But I think we have an obligation to keep our constituents
You can
safe.
get it for $15,000, Denise. I would really appreciate it. I'll even buy you lunch.
Supervisor Endall?
Hearing everybody's concerns, I agree. We have to be very careful with our capital improvements, and I get that this has been a thorn inside for a long time. I would like to propose using that Parks and Rec fund and getting it to where it was originally bid and put it at that 30,000. The Parks and Rec, commission did not quite manifest how we'd hoped it would. I think that we'd still keep that 100,000 in contingencies and keep this project moving so that we can have an attractive lease option to this community to secure something. That would be my ask.
CEO?
So, with that, would the rest of the board entertain the notion of moving 30,000 from the Parks and Rec budget into county capital to cover the cost of that project? Or is the board still on board for budgeting at 20,000 out of county capital and bringing back bids to determine?
It's a shell game to me. Yeah. But I said the $20,000 thing is kind of a thing for me because I would push to get a low bid again. And I think this at the point where I see what happened last time, that we very well would be under $20,000, provided that contractor followed the same process.
So we can take 20,000 from Parks and Rec.
Yeah, we can. Yeah,
I just think that's what,
And then we
Yeah,
can
I'm
see it
fine with
go
that.
forward.
But then that's that's 40,000 out of Parks and Rec, because she made a recommendation of 20,000 for the grant and agreement. So now we're
Well-
taking another 40, which brings that down to,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean,
And then what's the other 10 going towards right now?
well,
I mean.
and there's
yes,
no money going
either
into it.
Which way we look at it, it's coming out of somewhere. So Parks and Recs, it's a shell game. I mean,
Right.
dang, they're both general fund.
Right.
I'll kick it back over in September. I mean, either way,
That's correct.
it's just a shell game to me.
If we pay it
It's not a
directly
game.
out of Parks and Recreation, we do not at the 20,000 level need to establish a CIP. We would just budget appropriations directly from Parks and Rec because the CIP threshold is 25.
But then that would bring up the issue if it actually came in at 30, we would have to budget it as a CIP anyway. So to me, it makes sense to fund it out of CIP for right now. And then if it comes in over the 20,000, we'll bring it back to the board and we could make some budget adjustments at that time.
And she says, yeah.
Kathy, you say yes? Okay, all right, I'm going with Kathy, really. She writes the checks. She signs that.
how's the board feeling? Would you like to break at this point for lunch? And come back at 1:30?
Did we still pay?
CIP, yeah, I thought we did, I'm sorry.
Doesn't matter either way, I'm fine with that, 20,000 on CIP.
20,000.
Funded
To get a
from
bid on.
CIP for right now, and then
County capital of Parks and Rec. We have to bring. the
county
funds.
capital.
Okay.
And then if it goes over that, we'll bring it back and the board at that time can make the decision to move it from Parks and Rec.
Okay, and as far as lunch, we only have one other item left here.
Staff recommendations.
Staff, and that's,
Do you want, we'll push forward then? We just take a 5-minute break?
you take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
You need
Okay.
one?
Yeah,
You need 5 minutes?
yes.
I'll be-
I'll bring Ann back up, yeah. Okay, we're back. Thank you all. We have 3 items that we have to give direction on. And then we'll have public comment. And then we should be good for the day. Okay, so the first is the department adjustments, which includes positions.
Yeah, are there any adjustments that the board would like to make to departments' budgets, including the positions, capital assets, or any other appropriations?
I would, Economic Development Agency. I would, I will say this, back in 2017, I was the supervisor when it came on board that pushed for an economic development department. And these other supervisors questioned it and thought about it, but I did get 3 votes to go forward with it because I thought it was well needed here in the county. And over the course of time, that position has, and Kathy has done basically a good job. Although she's been moved around a lot as far as when we had the Butte fire, she was on with OES and providing service there. We had COVID. It's just a lot of different things, but basically she does her job when it comes to advocating for businesses. She's talking about a grant right now that could pay a lot of her salary. I think if at least we go for another year and see where things are at the end of next year, I would be in favor of moving forward with keeping the economic development department, at least for this year.
Supervisor Stopper?
To that point, I have seen, he brought up the Butte fire and being moved around. Then I came on the board and there was, some adjustments with helping administration with certain things, and she had to pick up the ball on those things. I do have to say, with Central Sierra Economic Development District, she has been an asset for Calaveras County, in-kind work. And you see the difference, I have to say, because with Tuolumne County, Mariposa County, Amador County, they don't have their economic development directors now. They don't. Now Amador, I don't remember when they had one, so that's beside the point. But I was there when Tuolumne and Mariposa both had theirs, and it was night and day for the advocacy of their counties. She has been phenomenal in advocacy for Calaveras County when it comes to CSEDD in those districts. Part of, I want to say part of my problem is, and she said it when she was up here speaking, and this is where I have a hard time, because when I came in here, I was like, what the heck does Kathy do? When I first got elected on the board. And I was, I was, because I didn't know, I wasn't necessarily a fan. And a lot of these things, like other people like, well, she can't take credit for that because she didn't do it. Well, she didn't do it on her own. None of us do any of this stuff on our own. So a lot of those things, she has a small hand in, but she is part of the success when they work. I think I do have to say there's, naturally in any environment, I'm going to not necessarily see eye to eye with someone. And there's a few things that she said that, I'm not going to back up, but those are little things that I'm going to hold on to. I only see one time throughout things that so I'm talking about, I see a lot of success where I appreciate, I only see one negative. And that one negative was a grant that we did get that we had to return because it wasn't facilitated. And that was quite some time ago. Yes, it's true. I was here. But overall, the benefit with CSEDD, we're starting to see a return when it comes to those funds. Provided the state doesn't reverse direction again. But I do have to say she has helped us out immensely with that. So I will speak on her behalf when it comes to CSEDD, and I thank her for her help there.
I'd like to jump in. You're hiding behind the computer there. Just to say that I appreciate all the work that you do, and I work very closely with you, and you've helped me immeasurably with a lot of constituents, helps keeping things flowing, getting things through. So I too would like to see you stay on. Supervisor Randall.
I'm gonna quote Chief DeLorto that just left, which is to listen to the voters, and I've received an overwhelming outpouring of calls and emails from my constituents whom Kathy has helped over the years, and that she has served in many capacities as a branch between community organizations that don't understand local government, don't know who to talk to, don't know how to go about projects and permits. And because those are the people that voted me into office and have, time and time again expressed a strong desire to continue working with Kathy. I'm gonna vouch for her in this position.
And I will be will be supporting staff's recommendation to continue. I have gotten the opposite amount of calls, and my constituents would rather the county spend their money on the library, giving the sheriff back their overtime and the animal shelter. And I have gone through the economic downturns and have seen both the pros and cons of economic development. And unfortunately, we have to make the hard cuts. And if other departments are getting laid off, then we need to make that decision and support the CEO's office on these recommendation.
May I say another thing, Chair? On the note where Amanda is where is the balance that we're gonna reach for when it comes to that? Because that's a consideration, because this one's hard for me because I know the benefit, but at the same time, what other place is benefiting us that we're gonna have to balance that? So I'm speaking in advocacy, but my position on this right now is moving forward, try to find the other half of your salary for the year, please. So then I don't have to make this debate, but I don't want to have to pick and choose, and it's the hardest thing for me to say is it's easier when admin makes the suggestion. That way I can try to hide behind it, but I'm not going to hide behind it. It's hard decisions that we're going to have to make it. And if we come September, Kathy, and I have to make a hard decision and things are worse, I might have to make the hard decision that I don't want to have to make. And so I'm going to say this now. I'm supporting you. I know your benefit. I know your goodness, but later on, if I can't figure it out, I may have to do the thing I don't want to do. And so try to figure out, please.
And I'll have to agree with Ben. It's a tough decision all the way around. Been through this before. But I think there is some benefit, Kathy, and go after those grants. Okay.
And somebody else said it earlier, I forget who, but they were like, once you get rid of that economic development area, Brett. Yeah, no, you're spot on, because I see it in other counties.
Yeah.
And you can't just cut a position and then bring it back the same year. It's not the right thing to do. I mean, consideration, let's see where we're sitting. And I'll hold on to you for as long as I can. But if the hard decision comes, I'm going to make it one place or another. I'm not saying it's you, but one place or another.
I have a question for Denise. Would that, at that position stage, can we eliminate the 20,000 from grants on the Parks and Rec?
Yeah, the Parks and Rec at this point is not budgeted. The grants analyst, so that was gonna be something.
That's
we were
something else
getting
we're gonna pick up,
direction on.
yeah.
But I will need further direction if the board votes to keep that position, because at this point, the budget does not include that division at all. So salaries and services and supplies will need to be added back into the budget, which makes our budget unbalanced. So we need a funding source for that. And there's not enough rollover balance to cover it.
Correct. We would have to pull it out of county capital would be where it would come from.
Or it wouldn't
Why
necessarily.
I've been saying that the whole
Okay.
time.
The other thing, general fund, that we didn't touch that she brought up early, Autumn had brought up earlier, and it's the shell game again, is the Parks and Rec and the fund there. And how much is that difference?
It's estimated to be 150,000 ending fund balance as of next year. So that's what's in contingencies. So that's what's available to spend. That being said, all those numbers get trued up after the books close for the year based on whatever activity happens. So there could be a slight variation in that.
So that's the question, where do we go?
Do we use that till September?
Total salaries and supplies, we would need 204,424. And with Amanda's or Supervisor Follendorf's lowering her district allocation in the general fund by 5,000, we could offset that. It would offset it by 5,000. So 199,424.
I thought she was making a suggestion that went to a special district
Put it towards meals, or we'll, let it.
Right. That, I mean, honestly, conceding that. I mean. I'd say one thing, when we were talking salaries and I said I would not take part of my salary when everyone was taking raises, and then I found out how the process works. And then I would be giving it back and everyone could choose. I decided to do it through nonprofits and I give it back to where I want to.
And that's a prerogative.
No, I'm just saying that's your prerogative with your district money also.
But then you're also, what are you gonna do about these other positions? I mean, our
No.
sheriff's department, are we gonna be telling the public that our sheriff's officers are not showing up?
Yeah.
I mean,
That's the debate, right?
and I am not closing my library in my district.
Not even to put one in my district?
That's debatable. If it's on the other side of the highway.
From my house?
No, from my,
Oh. Interesting. It's too far from my people. Sorry, this is a bad debate right now.
Yeah.
We
where are
get back on track.
Yeah, where are we? We need to find 199.
That's the question, and that's why I'm saying, where are we going with it?
Mike,
Because I mean, I support this, but how do we make it work, Gary?
So
Ms. Galino.
So the offset of the grant is $78,000. So part of the problem is my budget got moved into the planning department's budget. So it's not showing my grants and my administration to help offset my costs. So I don't think you need to look for as much as you're looking for unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, that revenue was moved into planning, knowing that that grant would still be facilitated, whether or not the econ development division existed, so that we would still realize that revenue. So unfortunately, it is a full 199,000.
correct, because it would then reduce the amount going to planning. So it's
And they're both general funds, so
right.
it balances in the same fund.
Okay, so
Right.
then I'm not gonna be doing the grant?
If you weren't here, obviously you wouldn't be able to do the grant, so it was moved over into planning to help offset their general fund contribution. So in order to make up for the entire amount of the salary, we have to find the entire amount of the salary.
That's making an entirely bigger number than.
No, it's the same number.
Can be, that grant funding could be shifted to economic development, but then you would have to put the same amount into planning from somewhere else, so.
The net difference in general fund is 78,000. If
Gotcha.
related to that revenue.
So I do have a suggestion. It's a difficult suggestion to make, but we have the museum elevator in county capital funded right now at $275,000. We could not install a new elevator at the museum. That does mean that they would not be able to use their second floor. So
Ouch.
the,
Which isn't gay.
those are the hard, I mean.
When you say not use the second floor, I know it's not ADA compliant. Do you have to close the second floor entirely, or people can still use the staircase?
Well, then you don't get the alternative for someone that can't use the staircase to go up, and so you're picking and choosing who gets to go up.
Right.
Right?
So, I mean, otherwise it just comes out of county capital, which affects other projects.
Right.
So,
Which is
right.
Your call, Gary.
Okay, so here's. Do we have? This is very difficult because there's some other departments asking, IWM is asking for an engineer and the DA is asking for one position that.
And there's 2 other layoffs I would like to just mention.
Pardon me?
There's 2 other layoffs countywide too.
Yeah, and that's why I didn't get to that, but
It's just no way.
this is coming back to us on the 24th with all these adjustments that we're asking for right now.
Correct.
Can we just put this, I don't want. I mean, Marcos, Denise, and you know the budget, and Kathy knows the budget. She's no longer here. More than I do. I did get into it quite a bit this year, as you know. But I wasn't looking for this money. I would like to have at least to the 24th to look and see where we could come up with the money and have a discussion with you and Marcos and at least see if by we come to the 24th, we can come up with the money to fund it somewhere. I don't know where, but at least try to between now and then. I don't know if the board's okay with that. I really think it's a benefit to have economic development, and I see what happens in other counties has been brought up that they did away with it.
I have something that may help too that I didn't think of until now, Gary. I'll touch bases with Dave Teeney because we have some latitude with the money now. I mean, they hired somebody specifically for CSEDD, but there may be some sharing points when it comes to capacity that we may be able to work with CSEDD at the same time. So, and obviously they've advocated. Dave's given me a call also, and JT Chevalier was one of the people that put in, and he's over from Alpine County. So, and they're all on the board with me. So I think I can reach out to Dave and possibly see if there's some sharing in cost that, because
You don't see you don't see, never mind.
what? No, well, I'm not sure where you're going with it.
It's just disappointing that we're going to bat for this position, but there's multiple other layoffs and requests from other departments that hinder public safety and the most vulnerable individuals of our community. And we need those boots on the ground, and we're going arm and leg to fight for this position when we've got others on the block. And what is that state of the rest of staff and department heads? You didn't see Tuolumne County doing that and going to Dave Thorney asking to keep Robbie, the economic development director. I mean, every other county is cutting that. Like,
Okay, well, we aren't Tuolumne County. I mean, they're in really bad.
But it just
I hear you. But then there's also the argument where I sit here and I think about revenue generating things, because in the past I've spoke up that like we shouldn't be cutting from, let's say the assessor's office. Because they're revenue generators and they get, if they're getting caught up on the roll, they're producing more income. At a certain point, where do you realize that economic development is a revenue generator?
Then the same argument goes for the chamber. If you invest in the chamber will do the same return.
I just invested in the chamber.
I know, but then give them more. They're actually on the boots on the ground working with the public. They're working with the Regional Business Association. I mean, so what are we gonna do? Start cutting it?
Okay.
We are investing it in 3 different entities. We've got CVB, chamber, and a department head. How much more can we invest? To either cut it from the other 2 to fund this position, or put more money into the other 2 entities. We've got 3. We're doing pretty damn good.
I hear you. With that, I think there's some work we can put in for it to see if we can make it work.
Yeah.
So that, I mean,
The direction would be, can we bring it back
on the
obviously
24th.
on the 24th and having done some homework to see what we can do.
And not give up on it now. And then we'll see where we're at on the 24th.
So what about the direction on the other layoffs that we have in the budget?
Let's talk about them.
I do have a question about that one. If we bring it back to the 24th, if we're wanting to make changes in the budget after the 24th, we are required for the County Budget Act to have approval on the 24th. So, and there is actually no budget established for econ development at this time. So maybe we can move the PCN into planning to just have sufficient appropriations to pay the beginning costs.
Yeah, right. The operating budget has to be adopted by June 30.
Right.
So, if there's gonna be,
If we're gonna have salary costs, we need to have budgeted appropriations to be able to pay that salary. And a way we could do that is move the PCN into planning. And then we would just have to adjust planning's budget after the board makes a final decision to bring forward in September.
This is above my understanding, so.
Madam CEO, any suggestions? Throwing it to you.
So on the additional layoffs, if you are looking to make decisions on the 24th that that you don't feel that you have sufficient information today to make, what I would suggest is that we propose to fund the positions out of county capital. It will reduce county capital if the board were to make that choice on the 24th. But it would give you till the 24th. We could bring a balanced budget forward. We have to bring a balanced budget forward.
Yeah.
So if that's the board's desire, we could certainly make those adjustments and bring them forward on the 24th. If the board chooses to go forward with that, then just, recognize that it would be, I don't know how much those positions are. I think it's about.
One of them, the value fully weighted is 157, just over 157,000. The other one is 27,000. It's a part-time position.
So it's about 350,000.
Yeah, about 375.
Okay.
380.
so then Denise, what you would be bringing forward on the 24th would be a reduction in capital by that 375.
Yes.
Is the board okay with this?
Actually, to get a little more technical on
Yeah.
you, it would be the removal of the transfer to capital from general fund of 38,000, and then the difference from capital is a transfer into.
A reduction in what's being proposed.
Could you say that a little bit slower?
Sorry.
Yeah. I just, whew. Yeah, exactly. tell it to me like I'm a 6-year-old. Come on.
A budgeted transfer of rollover fund balance of 38,000. We would take that transfer out of the budget to cover a part of the cost. And then the delta, the difference, we would bring in from a transfer from the capital account to cover the extra
Okay.
cost.
That makes sense.
No, not from
No.
from capital, not from contingencies. And I want to,
Understand exactly which account it is.
It would-
Where it puts us.
it would be from county capital, which is where we fund our maintenance projects or where we're funding our future building projects from. The reason we would not bring it in from contingencies is if we don't fund contingencies and reserves at a substantial level, it reduces our ability to borrow. So if we have any hope of building an animal shelter, we're going to need to be able to borrow funding. So we need to show that our contingencies and our reserves are healthy and that we're managing that adequately.
I get it. So if the way we're taking.
If I remember,
Impossible.
if I remember that account. I'm looking at the budget, there's like 48 million in there or something,
No, estimated ending fund balance is 9.3.
9.3.
At the end of
What
next
was the
year,
other
if all
one?
projects happen.
Capital asset, okay, yeah, you're right, you're right.
I do have it up on the screen. I'm trying to find the exact number of the transfer though, so that you can see. Don't forget public.
Yeah.
This is where the hard decision comes in.
And I just want to give a reminder that before the board gives final direction, we do need to do public comment.
Yes. No, I promised.
Well, what's next? Moving on.
Should we move on to hiring freeze? Or what?
Yeah.
You're all right. Okay.
Our office would just like to know if the board's desire is to maintain the current hiring freeze that's in effect.
Ben,
Yes, so, yes. Now, look, yes.
I think you have a yes from all of us. The last was regarding the grant analyst for 20K. Yeah. The grant analyst for 20,000.
Not if we're keeping that position. Mike, no,
Yes.
not if we're keeping that position.
Supervisor Antal,
Yeah, I'd say no.
Supervisor Topanelli,
Yes.
Supervisor Stopper.
I'll go with the yes, that way you get to break the tie.
Thank you. I'm going to say no.
There you go.
Thank you.
Right decision.
Okay, so that, I believe, answers all the questions.
Yes, it does.
Okay,
So can I just summarize?
yes.
Okay, we're gonna put the econ development division. Or what?
Want to do that? Let's do that before. Yes, thank you. Ann, you're up. You've been so patient. Thank you.
Okay, well, and I was resting my back when I was standing in the back too, so. Okay, obviously I am here from Gimme Shelter. And so I had a question and comment about that. I have read the grand jury report about, about the new shelter. And there were two comments that they made that really stood out to me. And one is that community members need to stay vocal about this. And we need to continue to push you actually for support. I know there's a lot of support on this board for right now. And just to let you know, obviously, we're not going anywhere. And there's a lot of wear and tear left in these t-shirts. So anyway, we're going to continue with our educational process and getting more people involved in this. The other suggestion that was made, or the point that was made, was somehow to encumber the 3.5 million that we have left allocated for construction, because it's in general funds, it's in the capital improvement at this point. I don't know how that is possible. But over the years, the decades of trying to do this, get this new shelter built, we've heard about have hope, we've heard trust us, it will get done. And truthfully, those are wearing extremely thin, so that we really need to see as much concrete action from the board as possible. And having some kind of guarantee in the budget that this money is not going to be poached while we find the rest of the money that is needed would go a long way with easing people's anxiety about finally getting this done. My other thing is I had a question. I couldn't help but notice. I've been following in the paper and stuff, the reports about that acquisition of the building for behavioral health. And I now see that the budget in capital improvement for that is $18 million. My question is, where is that money coming from? And I'm sure there's a certain amount of restricted funds that are going to that, but so that's a lot of money. So my question is, where is that coming from? But thank you for keeping this keeping the shelter issue before the board. So
We can answer that afterwards, but while you have the dais, say something really quick.
oh, I have new flyers with a QR code for the Tri-County. We're doing a tri-tip dinner on July 12th. And we made up new flyers that puts the QR code if you want to buy your tickets by venue. So if anybody would like that, I'd be happy to give you one. And I hope to see you all at the dinner. Thank you.
So I know that we don't normally go back and forth with public comment, but because this is a budget related issue, and because I do believe Ms. Huebner did mention it at the beginning of her discussion on our capital projects moving forward, the behavioral health building is 100% grant funded from a behavioral health grant. The funding can only be used to construct a behavioral health building. It cannot be used for staffing. It cannot be used for services. It cannot be used for anything but constructing that building. And that's the 18 million that's budgeted for the building, is it's actually 100% grant funded.
And one other thing, keep your eye on the 24th agenda, June 24th agenda, because the animal shelter is supposed to be on there. Okay.
I'm trying to finalize the spreadsheet. Just
Thank you.
switch
Do you
it
need a
up.
couple minutes?
I get, like, it'll probably take me 1 or 2 more minutes.
No problem.
And Chair Haber, just to confirm, we do not have any online public comment.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Didn't ask. Thank you.
All right, guys. Okay. I have this broken by fund because that's how I make sure they're balanced. So at general fund, the 1010 account, we have a reduction in District 4 community organization allocation of $5,000. The putting the salaries and services and supplies back into econ development and putting her PG&E grant revenue back in, which is right there. Putting the IT positions back in of the supervising business analyst and mail clerk, removing the rollover transfer of rollover fund balance, moving the revenue from planning to econ development, or these next two, and then this transfer into county contribution is from transfer from county capital to balance the 1010 account, which is 345,476 with all those other changes. TOT, we have a reduction to CVB in the amount of 50,000 and an increase for chamber. Or a new allocation to chamber for 50,000, so that account balances. Capital improvements, we have a $20,000 allocation put in for the Mountain Ranch Community Center Sewer Project and a transfer county capital to cover that. And then our county capital account, we have essentially, if you take these two numbers, 365, 476 coming from contingencies in the capital account. And this is the 345 is the transfer to balance the general fund.
This is nice, she's analysis name, the rest of it.
How much was the elevator again?
275.
270.
We decided to go with the maintenance. We decided to continue with the elevator, correct?
There's legs over.
Well, for now.
Yeah.
Turn your mics on if you're gonna discuss.
Can I just?
I'm sorry. We decided, it was brought up the elevator at the museum, but we decided to keep that in, correct?
It is still in the budget. We're just drawing down on the general contingency.
For the time being.
These guys.
And can I just clarify for all the departments here that the only adjustments to their department budgets are the changes in with the layoffs? Yeah.
And to be clear, at this point, this isn't final. Well, I mean, it's not even final until September, but for June, an operating budget, we're not done with it yet. We're gonna come back the 24th and things may not be as they look right there now.
No, I mean, I think this is what will be presented to you on the 24th.
That's
okay.
It's September budget hearings.
September, but right now, when it comes to us.
It will, this, what Denise
is what-
outlined is what will come to you at your next meeting for adoption by the 30th as an operating budget until we have hearings on that and you adopt a budget
In September.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all the hard work.
Thank you, guys.
The hard work's not done yet.
Oh, and I know that. I know that. Getting us to this point, though.
Denise is amazing.
She is amazing. So we'll move on now to supervisor announcements. I mean, we don't have to,
We're all free.
yeah.
I have nothing to report.
Supervisor.
I will just quickly remind anybody listening at home that on June 14th, we have a Firewise community safety event in West Point at 9:30 a.m.
I was part of possibly costing the county $345,000 in capital.
You're gonna be, yeah, thank you. I wanted just to report that on June 4th and 5th, I was in Modoc County for the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. And I also wanted to ask the board, Mr. Holt with the OES department asked us to do or asked me to do a preface to the disaster guide. And I did write it, and I do believe it went out to everybody. I just want to make sure everybody was all right with it because I'm going to give it to them today. Okay.
Reviewed it.
Good. Okay. Thank you all. That'll do it. What's that?
Closed session?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, we do have to go back into closed session.
Yeah, so we'll go into closed session and then we'll report out for all 3 closed sessions at our next meeting.